All right, we are at 9 a.m. Let's go ahead and get started, Jake. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the regular meeting for the Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake. We will begin the day with a moment of silence. Just to check in, I didn't check in with everybody. Is there a moment of silence? So I have one today. Last week or the week before, somebody that the county knows well, Bob Malley, passed away. Bob Malley worked for a while with the Sheriff's Department, was the mayor for the city of Clear Lake for 4 terms, and also was the planning commissioner for District 2. Bob and I did not necessarily always agree ideologically, but I remember distinctly his surprise when I said, yes, I would love for you to continue as the planning commissioner representing District 2, and I think he did a fabulous job. He was fair. He was blunt, straightforward. He may not have liked the project that was in front of him, but he knew that his role was to follow the rules and the laws, and if the project did too, then he would go ahead and move forward with it. He was a good man. He gave himself up for a lot of service to his community, and I just wanted to hold him in our thoughts and prayers today because of his passing.
You know what, Supervisor, I would also like to have a dedication.
Please.
Obviously, next Monday, we'll be celebrating, we don't have a meeting next week, so Memorial Day. So also want to do a moment of silence for, all those who have sacrificed for our freedoms, and, we'll be celebrating that next week. So also want to add that to our moment of silence today.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Crandall, would you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. Are there any extra items not appearing on the posted agenda?
There are no extra items.
All right. Anything from board members? I see none. Let's move on to item number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Are there any board members that wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Let's open it up for the public. If you wish to pull an item from the consent agenda, please raise your hand on Zoom or come on up to the microphone and let us know which item you'd like to pull. Let's go ahead and unmute Benjamin Heddle and see which item from the consent agenda he'd like to pull. Is there a way that we can go ahead and make Johanna a co-host, please?
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I was hoping to do a 3-minute just general
Public comment?
public comment if that was possible.
Okay, that's coming up later on after we move past the consent agenda, and so go ahead and keep your hand raised, and we'll call on you at that time. That should be coming just right up.
And then
And we'll continue then. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. I see no one coming up here in the chambers. And take action.
Move to approve the consent agenda as posted, items 5.1 through 5.16.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to public input, our 9:02 a.m. item. We already have a hand up in Zoom. Let's go ahead and bring Benjamin back.
Hi. Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good morning, distinguished supervisors. I'm happy to be here today to share an exciting vision because I teach robotics in Middletown. I've been here before. I think I came on as water solutions the other day. I taught solar at Mendocino College and sustainable construction. And all of these have brought me to a place to understand that we can turn our small community into a shining example of sustainability and innovation by the year 2030. The key to unlocking this future are the incredible capabilities of advanced humanoid robots. At first, it's not super intuitive, and it's just coming into my purvey as well, but I'm hoping that this brief comment helps you gain a deeper understanding. So, as we're all well aware, our community's long struggled to make a shift to enough housing. We've had issues with wildfires, jobs, and energy. High upfront costs and lack of skilled labor have been major roadblocks, especially in Lake County. We know attracting skilled individuals has been difficult, and till now, humanoid robots possess the precise skills and tireless work ethic to revolutionize our energy landscape and our community. Imagine a fleet of these intelligent, dexterous machines working around the clock to deploy a state-of-the-art microgrid of solar arrays and battery storage across our community. They would potentially handle most aspects of the process. The initial survey could be done, and the panel installations, as well as ongoing maintenance. This would allow our county to generate clean, reliable power at a fraction of the cost of traditional methods, slashing energy bills for our homes and businesses, and potentially even making our energy free. The benefits don't stop there. The robots can also be programmed to do construction and maintain our houses, our geothermal systems, and other renewable technologies with unparalleled efficiency. By harnessing their capabilities, we can transition our community to 100% clean energy, creating jobs, reducing our carbon footprint, and securing our energy independence for generations to come. I understand that jobs are always an issue, and I believe that if we create a if we create a robotics factory here, we will create more jobs than we will take them away. And we will also get more done this way for humanity than any other way in our community. Since housing is such a critical challenge our community faces with our aging infrastructure and high construction costs and lack of affordable options, once again, humanoid robots hold the key to unlocking a brighter future. The versatile machines can be trained autonomously to construct modular, efficient homes using sustainable materials.
If you could please finish your comment, your 3 minutes are over.
Thank you. I'd like to conclude, we can get autonomous robots at about $100,000 each now, and they will work up to 7,000 hours a year. So I urge you to join me in this bold vision and make it a reality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'd just like to direct you to maybe reach out to the admin office. We do have an economic development team, and maybe that would be a great place to start. And I believe we have a public comment in the chamber.
Hi, Elaine Brown. Let me set my timer. I just want to let you know that I was getting some water outside of Middletown I think it was Friday, and I noticed what looked like fecal matter in the pipe, and I contacted 911 and stayed there until they got there, which took about 45 minutes plus. And the dispatcher called me back from St. Helena. So it was being dispatched out of St. Helena because that is Napa County, right outside of where that spring water is taking place. And while I stayed there, there was a gentleman that came by that I told him and I pointed out what was going on. The fire department came from Lakeport to administer very great help. They took out the pipe, they put bleach on there, and I went by there today, and there's a black pipe there, so they've taken care of that part. My concern is that you could kind of see through the pipe that was on there, where I saw some matter that looked like it was on the rim, and I thought it was maybe rust or something, and I go, no, you don't think so. And then as I took my wipey up there, it will look like fecal matter. Moke, there was a gal who came right before me to get water in her little water can. She looked like she'd be your daughter or sister. And she took the water, before I knew what had figured this out, and put it over her face and goes, this has been refreshing. I found out she'd been doing this since she was a child. And my concern is manyfold. It's a public health hazard. We need something. I don't want to see that valuable resource go away. But the black pipe needs to be totally clear so people can see right away if there's a problem. And also, the Lakeport Fire Department had to come. There was no sheriff that could meet me there in like 15 minutes. And I have heard this over and over in this county from people that we do not have sheriff help enough, and we don't have. So those firefighters going there to take care of a very needed public health hazard. Now, if there was a heart attack or something in town and another fire somewhere else, we have issues with coverage, which I'm so thankful for Lakeport and what they did. And I just need to see this county really take seriously about fire coverage, because you do not have fire coverage. And I've informed this council months ago of that fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Donna Makowitz, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Pyska for the excellent oak borer webinar that we had. It was wonderful. And since then, I've been seeing evidence of damage up on High Valley Road. Excuse me. Many of the projects coming to county planners are accessible only from High Valley Road. And it's a county maintained right-of-way, which passes through federal lands in both directions. According to federal statutes, it's illegal to possess, transport, or use cannabis on federal lands. And the county currently requires a signed indemnity agreement as a condition of use for these projects. This agreement acknowledges the project cannot be assessed without illegally transporting cannabis across the federal lands. I wonder if this indemnity agreement protects the county from legal actions brought on by the federal government or the public. And I assume the Board of Supervisors approved this indemnity agreement, but I can't locate it anywhere online. And thank you for letting me share my comments. And I appreciate all you guys do. Take care.
Thank you for your comment. I don't see any further hands up in Zoom. All right, let's go ahead and move on to 6.2, or 9:03 a.m. item, Pet of the Week. You got a little cutie there.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Officer Murray with the Lake County Animal Care and Control. Today, I have with me a 3-month-old Rico. He is a Chihuahua mix. He's a little nervous today, but he is a ball of energy at the shelter. He would do great, I think, in any kind of household. There's a lot of learning that can be done because of how young he is still. So if you would like to come down and meet with him one-on-one and see his little personality up close and personal, you can come down to 4949 Hellbush Drive or give us a call. Our phone number is 707-263-0278. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Officer Murray.
Bye.
All right, let's move on to 6.3, 9:05 a.m. Sitting as the Lake County Board of Directors of the Watershed Protection District, consideration of presentation and discussion of the Clear Lake Hitch Conservation Strategy from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. And we also have our Water Resources team coming up. There's 4 chairs. There's more than enough.
I believe there's 5 for you guys.
Thank you.
You guys want to sit here so you can hear it.
Good morning, board, admin, county council, the public. Thank you for having us this morning. My name is Angela DePalma Dow. I'm a program coordinator in Water Resource Department and for the Watershed Protection District. And I wanted to introduce Jared Sellers, environmental scientist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I just wanted to provide a reminder that on the Water Resource Department webpage, there is a Clear Lake Hitch tab, and in that tab, this document for the conservation strategy is provided. It's the most newest draft. There is also information there for anybody that wants to submit a comment on this conservation strategy. I believe there's a 30-day comment period. Right, so the directions are there provided to you, so you can submit a comment directly to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Sacramento branch on this strategy. And then if anybody else has any information or wants any information about the Clear Lake Hitch, that's also provided on that website. And we have another introduction.
Good morning. No. Good morning. My name is Jordan Beaton. I am a Water Resources Program Coordinator and also here with Angela and Jared Sellers. Go ahead.
My turn. Hey everyone, how's it going? It's nice to be here today. My name's Jared Sellers. I'm a fish and wildlife biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I work out of the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office. And I'm here to talk to you guys today about the conservation strategy, answer any questions you guys might have about that, and also to talk a little bit about what the Fish and Wildlife Service does and what we do in California to help conserve species, and hopefully answer any questions you guys have about that as well. So I'd like to start off by saying thank you all for having me here today. I really appreciate you guys giving me the time to come and talk about this. Collaboration and working together is at the heart of what we do in this conservation strategy. And the Fish and Wildlife Service recognizes that, we have to be here and show up to make sure that these actions that are outlined in the strategy get done. So that's what we're here to do. We're here to strengthen our partnerships. Oh, is that for advancing me? Sweet.
There we go.
Oh, cool. Thank you. And I'd also like to acknowledge the many efforts that the county's been making towards the conservation of the Clear Lake Hitch. You guys have been working for decades. You have many projects underway that are going to support the hitch, and the Fish and Wildlife Service here is to help give you guys a hand to get those projects across the finish line. There have been many documents produced over the past century even that detail the issues that are affecting Clear Lake and the Hitch. And a lot of those documents had management recommendations that were produced out of them. And many of those things were things that the county adopted to get done. But there hasn't, up to this point, been a document where all the relevant agencies can come together and pledge that collaboration that's going to be necessary to get that stuff done. So that's what this conservation strategy is. It's a place where all the partners involved can come together, say what they're doing, give reports on the progress they've been made, and where we can really focus our actions as a team, because it's going to be a team effort to get this underway. So, what is the conservation strategy? Not done yet. We'll get to the next parts of the slide. I talk a little bit first. Again, it's a collaborative document. It's meant to be a comprehensive document. Like I said, there's been studies that have looked into the problems with the algae blooms in Clear Lake, and there's been studies that look into what's going on with the hitch in Clear Lake, but there hasn't really been a document yet that's put all this science together to show like these problems are interrelated and all connected, and the solutions to these issues are all lie together. It's to establish priorities to address, these issues and actions. And it's also supposed to be a living document. It's designed to be updated periodically with the latest science and data. This is a very complex system we're working in, and we always need to get more data in here to help us manage the situation. I believe that we need the conservation strategy, because it is where we can share information, share resources, and make this a community effort to lift up Clear Lake and the Hitch. It's somewhere where we can all, provide, like I said, mutual support and to collaborate. for things like the Middle Creek Restoration Project, like the county has initiated. These sorts of projects are very complex. They're very time consuming. That's always going to be the case. But we're here to do the hard thing, to be here for the long run and to make sure that those things get across the finish line, because you're not going to have restoration of Clear Lake or the Hitch without projects like this Middle Creek Restoration Project and other restoration projects that are going forward. And then after I show you guys the actions and the strategy, I'm going to talk a little bit about, again, what the Fish and Wildlife Service does, show you examples from other places in California where we work with local municipalities, local county governments, private landowners to put conservation on the ground. And I'm here to get acres of wetland restored, to get miles of river habitat restored. That's how I measure our success in the Fish and Wildlife Office. And I'll talk about some HCPs that we do. Talk about, we have a safe harbor agreement in Sonoma that we do with the wine growers there. And we've already had interest from landowners here to do the same sort of stuff in Clear Lake. So that's what we're going to do. Anyway, that's my intro. Now we're going to go through the actions in the conservation strategy. So there's really two main important parts of the conservation strategy as I see. Firstly are the actions that we as partners have all come together and decided that we want to work on. And the second most important part is the agreement part of it, where all the partners pledge to provide mutual support and aid to each other as we're able. So here's just a few of the contributors that we've had. This document's been in development for years, and everybody on this list has had a say in it. They've all had time to provide comments and really shape what the draft is today. So what it looks like today is a result of all these voices going into it. And I think that's a strength of the document. It's meant to be collaborative. It's meant to be It's not going to be everything for everybody, but it's meant to be something where we all, can agree that this is how we want to move forward. So the habitat factors that we are addressing in this conservation strategy and the actions are meant to address are these four things that are really key to the ecology of the Hitch and the ecology in Clear Lake. So connectivity is something, we've all talked about. I'm not going to go through these quickly because I think that we all have a pretty good understanding, but feel free to ask questions about this stuff later. So connectivity in the tributaries. We know that the tributaries are essential for spawning for the Hitch. Water quantity in the tributaries. Wetland tule habitat is very important. We know that, we've had over 85% of wetland and tule habitat that was historically in Clear Lake has been lost. And that also directly contributes to lake water quality that, we've had several decades of studies from UC Davis and others looking into that. So I'm going to go through there's 6 goals in the conservation strategy, and under these 6 goals, there's objectives and actions that we've been prescribed to meet these goals. So I'm going to go through all of the objectives and goals, but I'm not going to hit all the actions. Those are all in the conservation strategy, and we hope to get your feedback on that. That's a big part of why we're here. So goal 1 is provide for increased reproduction and survival of the Hitch. And objective 1.1 is to establish a population target for the Hitch. And, this really is the basis, this is a collaborative project, establishing a population target. We need input from local agencies, from tribal governments, from everybody to make sure that, the relevant scientists and all that, because the species fluctuates a lot in population. So having numbers that we can look at when we have different, environmental conditions, it would be really helpful. So this is part of many of these slides are from a presentation that I gave at the Hitch Summit this past November. And at that summit, I talked about where we were at that current draft. And this is where we were at. We had the actions, we had some of the priorities. We still needed to get the agencies listed that were going to do those actions. and we needed to give updates on the status updates. So we've done all that in this current draft. So this is where we were in November, and this is where we are now. So you see the action has changed a little bit. It now reads, continue current surveying efforts by CDFW and partners using the proposed initial population goal. This population goal will be refined with population data gained from MARC recapture efforts. We say that all the partners decided this was a high priority, and the agencies that are going to be working on this are, CDFW, Big Valley EPA, Robinson EPA, Habimatal EPA, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the USGS. So this is really describing things that are ongoing right now, and you see that reflected in the status. Ongoing surveys for hitch continue to occur each year, and as each new year data comes in, our understanding of the situation grows. So, just so you have a flavor of what some of the actions are underneath the objectives. So again, we have objective 1.1 population target. The actions underneath that, again, that the partners have come up with are continued targeting monitoring and continued spawning surveys. Action 1.14 in the population target is verify permanent removal of barriers in streams. So all the partners decided that the stream barriers were such an important thing that they needed to be in objective 1.1 with our population target. Because if we want to increase the population, we have to address those barriers as well. Also under goal 1, objective 1.2 now, on from 1.1, is increase survival of juvenile hitch. Juvenile hitch rely on the nearshore habitats and the submerged aquatic vegetation and tule beds that are around Clear Lake to rear and successfully become adults. So in order to increase the survival of juvenile hitch, you have to increase the cover of and extent of wetlands. That goes without saying, I think. So action 1.12 is the Middle Creek project. 1.22 is Tule Lake restoration, and 1.23 is Manning Creek restoration. All these projects are to increase the extent of wetland habitat in Clear Lake, which has many benefits for the fish, not just hitch. All the fish in the lake benefit from that. It also has water quality benefits to help deal with harmful algae blooms and things like that. Obviously, that's not something that's an overnight fix. It takes years to do. But again, just because something takes a long time and it's hard, I don't think that's a reason to kick the can down the road anymore. These need to get done now. So, moving on, actions 1, 2, 4, again under objective 1.2 is to restore wetland habitat at the mouth of other tributaries. Those first 3 actions were, where we decided that should be our focus. And then actions 2, 4, and 1, 2, 5 continue program for capture and release of fry and adult stranded in tributaries. This action is in here to memorialize the many efforts by the state and Robinson EPA in conducting hitch rescues as streams dry out, which we consider as a very important program to continue. All right, objective 1.3 is identify and address migration barriers. So this is, again, getting at that importance of migration barriers in the watershed and really calling out the permanent removal of barriers, specifically on Kelsey, Manning, Scotts, Clover, and Middle Creeks, as those are the most important tributaries for hitch. So we start there, right? You can go out. So continuing on with that, after the specific streams, we want to do the watershed-wide assessment of barriers under different flow conditions. The map you're looking at right now is something that was put together by area biologists walking the streams and identifying barriers to hitch and hitch passage. And part of that work is the last objective you see here, 1.4 under the goal 1, is develop passage design criteria for hitch. Hitch are unique fish. They don't have many of the same swimming characteristics of, say, salmon or other charismatic fish that are currently protected. So that was goal 1. Moving on to goal 2. 4 more to go, y'all. Objective 2.1 is tributary restoration guidelines, like you saw, continuation from goal 1. Objective 2.2 through 1 to 4 are all concerning the restoration of Kelsey, Scotts, and Middle Creek. So this is goes beyond just removal of barriers, right? Barriers are one thing, but natural waterways that are undisturbed is a different type of restoration, to restore sinuosity and habitat complexity. That's what we're talking about here in this sort of restoration.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
What about Coal Creek? I don't see it added here.
Coal Creek, we can put that on there.
I know we have a lot of projects going
Yeah.
there too.
Good.
And there was quite a lot of stranding there last year.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up because, again, part of this presentation is getting this feedback from y'all because you guys know stuff that we don't know. And we want to make sure that that gets reflected in here. So it's a document that works for y'all.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, please keep the questions coming. So, yes, restoration of these creeks, the partners called out specifically because they've been recognized as having the biggest impact and contribution to hitch numbers. But that's not to say that the other creeks are not equally and vitally important, but just for prioritization, that's why we have that here. So objective 2.5, assess other streams throughout the watershed. All right, that was a duplicate slide, sorry. Goal 3, on from goal 2. Provide suitable habitat conditions in Clear Lake itself. So objective 1.3 under this goal is increase extent and protect existing wetlands. Again, that's kind of just also retreading that ground of protecting, wanting to support Middle Creek Restoration Project and other wetland restoration projects. And objective 3.2 is acquire, protect, and restore historical wetlands. And as you guys know, land acquisition is always a problem when you're doing conservation. And really, the only thing you can do is just take the time to keep at it. All right, goal 4, continue and expand research and monitoring. So we've done a couple of updates in this goal from work that UC Davis has been doing here in Lake County to set up education programs for children. They've been doing general ecology education, and we've talked to them about, that's also important for the hitch as well, the general ecology of Clear Lake. So it's not reflected in the slideshow, but in the document, we've made some updates there. So objective 4.1 under this goal is establishment of a Clear Lake Science Technical Advisory Committee. This Technical Advisory Committee is supposed to be modeled off some what they're doing with the Delta Smelt right now. It's to have an outside group of scientists come in and evaluate the science that's currently going on in Clear Lake, the monitoring programs, the restoration efforts, and to make recommendations on how we can improve. I think it's important for any sort of program like this to have some sort of outside input and help from experts who aren't necessarily here and can see things that we don't. So this is a new objective that we put in here, and yeah, I think that's a good way to go. Goal 4 is objective 4.2 is continue to monitor the effects of water quality. This is something that a lot of partners are doing right now, like Big Valley, EPA is doing water quality monitoring. Those sorts of efforts are things that, we want to be able to support and continue on, keep going. Continuing on in Goal 4, Objective 4.3 is looking into the effects of predation and competition from non-native fish. We know that Clear Lake has been subject to many introductions of non-native fish over the year, and that's had an effect on the food web and food structure of Clear Lake. So getting to understand that is a vital part of managing the system. Goal 4, objective 4.4 is monitoring and researching the effects of water extraction. Action under this, 4.1, is develop, model, or integrate modeling completed for SGMA to determine effects of water extraction during the spawning period. And then objective 4.5 under this goal is other research. There's a lot of basic research that still needs to be done into the ecology of the hitch and its life cycle. And that's something that we hope is in this catch-all objective 4.5 category. All right, goal 5. Goal 5 is increase outreach and education programs. I'm confused. Okay. Objective 5.1 is expand educational efforts to increase public awareness. Getting public engagement on all these actions is vital to making sure that they get done, making sure that the public understands how important these actions are to protect Clear Lake for future generations is vitally important. And we think that's part of our job as well, is to help educate people. And objective 5.2 is increase public engagement. Partners here on the ground already do a lot of research, like Shagome Days that's coming up in June that we're going to be a part of, and other events like the Thule Boat Festival. All these things that increase the environmental awareness in Clear Lake are things that we want to support, and partners have decided that we want to support as well. All right, the last goal. Goal 6. So this was added in as a request from the state water boards. They wanted to make sure that we had a goal in here that memorialized continued cooperation, coordination between all relevant agencies. And I'd like to add in private partners into this as well, because we're not going to get any of this stuff done without help from private landowners here in Clear Lake. So that's the 6 goals in the conservation strategy. Again, that's when you're looking at the conservation strategy and you're thinking, does this serve my community? Please, I invite you to look at the goals and the actions in those goals, because that's really the important part. Again, to go back to the beginning, this document is about collaboration, right? So all these actions and goals, this is all subject to change as things are accomplished, things get updated, as partners indicate priorities that they might have that they want to see in this. That's what this conservation strategy is for. So the important part is the agreement and the collaboration that comes from it. And all the stuff that gets put in it, that always remains to be determined. So moving on to the next part, the next important part of the conservation strategy is the agreement itself. So this slide has a lot of words on it. I won't read it all to you, but it is all very important. And I'll give you the long and short of it. It really is just saying that all the partners are coming together, that the purpose of the strategy is to serve as a framework for the conservation and protection of Clear Lake Hitch and Clear Lake. Again, this identifies conservation actions, describes current conditions and threats, and provides a timeline to accomplish these conservation actions. And so if you guys we invite you to be signatories on this, and this is really the agreement that you're signing. And so this continues on to say, signatories indicate its agreement of the value of conserving Clear Lake Hitch and Clear Lake. Signatures indicate the entity's intent to support the implementation of priority actions identified in the strategy as feasible within individual budget and policy constraints. The signatories value the meaningful precipitation and technical and scientific expertise of partner staff as available to implement strategy actions and identify potential funding sources. However, it is understood that signature of the strategy is not a commitment to providing staff resources. In certain cases, conservation actions are constrained by current ecological, logistical, or socio-political conditions, and restoration options can be limited. Final actions, commitments, and resource allocations will be determined by individual partners. So that's the really important part of the conservation strategy, agreement. So that's really mainly what I wanted to talk to y'all about today, were the actions and the agreements. Right now, the current status is we're securing final consensus among all signatories. We want to make sure this is a document that works for everybody and that all the partners are involved in and part of. It kind of defeats the purpose of the document if not everybody wants to be a part of it and sign it. So we're going to make sure that then that's what this 30 days comment period is about right now, is giving people that time to provide feedback. We wanted to make sure the public had time to provide feedback because having buy-in from the public is very important to getting these actions done. If the people of Clear Lake don't believe in these actions, then they're not going to happen. That's just how that goes on. Couple of good reminders. Many of the actions in this strategy are already underway, and they're going to continue to be underway regardless of the status of the conservation strategy itself. Right now it's still in development and draft phase, but many of the actions in the strategy are not in development or in draft phase. They're actually ongoing right now. And so don't think that this document is any way holding up conservation from happening in Clear Lake, because Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office, I can speak for, is committed to conserving Clear Lake and the Hitch, regardless of the conservation strategy or any other type of legal things. We're here to help the Hitch and Clear Lake. And again, reminder, this is going to be a living document. It's something that's always going to be changing. What we hope is not changing is our commitment to working together and collaborating to get these done. So just wanted to leave y'all with a couple of things that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been doing recently in Clear Lake. I'll take off. I was speaking for the team before, the strategy team. Now I'll just put on my service hat and speak for us a little bit. Again, we're committed to helping the Clear Lake Hitch recover regardless of its federal listing status. Since 2005, we've provided more than $3.7 million in grants and underfunding to hitch recovery. In just the last year, we've given $250,000 to USGS to help with their hitch efforts and studies. And we've just gotten a grant for $2.5 million through the bipartisan infrastructure law to do a restoration project on Scotts Creek.
So is that the first one and the last one have been since the emergency proclamation?
Yes, that's correct. All right, that's the end of my prepared comments. So I'm free to take questions and anything else.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. DePalma-Dow or Ms. Beaton, do you have anything to add before we bring it to the board?
The only thing I would add, thank you for the opportunity, is to address Supervisor Pyska's comment. I looked through the strategy about Coal Creek. So we list the actions specifically for the largest tributaries, being Middle, Scotts, and Kelsey Creek. We do have an action item that includes restoration on all other tributaries, but we can look into that and add something specific that lists some of those creeks. I think when I've been working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the partners on this since I got here in 2018, and I believe it started in earnest in 2017. And so it's kind of one of those things where you want to make sure you include everything, but not include every single minute thing. So we will make sure and have a list of where there's current restoration efforts going on and list those additional tributaries that are needed. That makes sense.
Yeah, thank you for that, because we are looking at some other funding opportunities for more work there, and if it's not in the strategy, it might be difficult to secure it.
Yeah. And it's also the case of we have some things that are like starting right now. So it's like, do we include them in this version of the strategy? But we also know that as soon as this one gets approved, the next version's coming up in 5 years. And so we better start working on that one too. It's one of those balance things. Yeah.
And what's the timeline for us to approve this?
Jared, I think you can give more detail to that, but I think the process is right now is getting the feedback, the 30-day comment period from all of the partners, the public, and then hopefully getting all that incorporated and within a few months getting it out for final, yeah, this is definitely something we want to get done this year, sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Yeah, just to echo a little bit of what Angela was saying. Yeah, right now we have this a comment period for everybody. After that, we're going to take some time to incorporate those comments. I'm hoping it won't be too long, obviously depending on the nature of the comments. And then we're going to present the board with a final draft, and that is when you guys can just decide if you want to sign it or not. So a couple of months, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see.
I'm going to pause real quick. Are we down on Zoom? I see it on your screen in front, just not the one up there. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments, Supervisor Green?
Thank you for the presentation. Exciting to see this move forward. I know it has been in the works for several years now. I guess my first question is process related because although I do have several bullet points I could comment on now, I'm wondering if there's interest from the board to take advantage of that 30-day comment period and either get a mini ad hoc appointed or just figure out a way to provide, allow Water Resources to the extent possible, given their staffing, to provide drill down ability to comment, or if we just want to take general comments now and call it good as far as our board input. So I think my druthers are, this is a lot to digest and there's some technical information in here. If we were to, for example, bring back an item on June 18th where we would consider our county response or the response of the watershed district or both in a kind of a comprehensive manner, that might be one way to go, or we can just shotgun our concerns right now.
Well, just to respond to your comment, I think we have both opportunities because we're not taking action today to sign and be a signatory to this. We're going to wait for those 30 days to be over, collect all the information. Maybe some of those comments will give further discussion to greater ideas and greater comments. And I think at that point in time, we should have had the chance to also review and come up with our comments to bring back and add to that document as well. So I think June 18th would be a great time to not add another meeting or ask for extra resources from Water Resources to be utilized and just use our normal regular meeting schedule that we already have and bring it back on that date. That would be my preference.
And then we would filter our comments to Water Resources or somebody else in the meantime, or again, we don't want to burden them.
I think we can bring it back individually ourselves when it comes or offer them to Water Resources just to check in and see. But if it comes back, we have the ability to make comments like we are today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. If it's okay then.
And I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the board. I don't know if there's a yes or no, but that would be my preference.
Well, what's the process to submit comment?
Because this isn't a formal Fish and Wildlife Service document, we're really relying on our partners to help us solicit and gather comments. So there are several different ways to submit comments. You can submit them to, hopefully, your constituents would like to run their comments through, whoever they feel best represents them. So you can send them to the Lake County. Sorry, I'm volunteering you guys. You can also send them directly to the, my slide's gone. You can send them to the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office. We have an email address that is listed on the website now. It's also on those slides.
But when you access the strategy draft, it tells you how to comment.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it's all on the same webpage, and we didn't want to make it too clickety click. So if you just go to Water Resources and go to the tab for Clear Lake Itch, the conservation strategy has a little red thing that says new draft, and then right below that is the directions for submitting a comment. Because Water Resources and the Watershed Protection District have been part of the process of writing the strategy, we will take any comments because, again, we've written this over 5-6 years. There's been a lot of staff turnover. Projects have changed. They've moved around. Even some projects have switched partners and agencies. We just want to make sure we're not forgetting anything. So we will take comments directly. It's okay to funnel them through us. If you have a comment about us, then you could submit it directly to Fish and Wildlife via the pathway that's on the website. Or if you have a comment for another agency, that would also be the best pathway. But we will accept any comments. We have dedicated Hitch staff in the office, and they love doing this kind of stuff.
If I can continue then, I'll just add a couple bullet points, knowing we're going to add more official comments somewhere down the pipeline, and so don't overweight any of these. But what I like so much about the strategy was the first part of it, where we chronicle the history of the various efforts and the difficulties that come with doing population modeling and some of the financial constraints. But on the goals or proposed actions, I guess my constructive criticism would be for a strategy document that is supposed to guide our future actions. The goals and proposed actions seemed a bit thin. You know, we're currently in the middle of a Clear Lake Hitch emergency declaration. Hopefully the adoption of this strategy would be one step toward the idea that we're identifying a more sustainable framework toward addressing this emergency. You know, I saw a lot of research and monitoring and the need to do more pure science before, probably as a necessary prerequisite to doing the applied science that we need to do to actually help this species. But it seemed like more of the same in a sense with many of the proposed actions. I saw an emphasis on the importance of habitat and juvenile recruitment. I think there's a possible understatement of the importance of what's happening in the lake proper with our non-native fish and impacts on adult Clear Lake Hitch populations, because it's nice to get juvenile recruitment. It's nice to get the juveniles in there, but I don't know that this is really in any meaningful way discussing what's happening to our adult populations, because that you need adults obviously to even begin the juvenile conversation. I didn't see, and again, I don't want to overweight this. I'm just noting it because I note it. I don't see any meaningful discussion of the potential impacts of commercial fishing contests here in Clear Lake. You know, we know bioturbation is a thing with the carp. We haven't talked a whole lot about it with some of our fishing practices, and also, you know, minor things like weigh-ins. But, you know, is there disruption of migration and feeding patterns of non-native fish? Are we resulting in excessive concentrations with our weigh-in practices? So, and I don't want to start a furball not knowing any of the answers to that question, but, you know, it is so ironic to be here on an emergency footing about how we're talking about not just the survival of the Clear Lake Hitch, but some potential for restoration to thriving populations, without even talking about the big elephant in the room, and that's the introduction of non-native species. I think there may be a balance available, and maybe habitat is the proper way to put it, but if there are other downward pressures on hitch populations that are not involving habitat, for example, you put a lot of emphasis on tributary restoration. Totally agree with that. But guess what? In the middle of an extended drought, you could have a perfectly restored tributary channel with no water in it. So what's going on again in the lake during those extended drought cycles? And I don't know that the strategy identifies that as something to provide a focus on. Another constructive criticism is research and monitoring. Even that, this chronicles pretty well that it's hard to fund research reliably year to year. It's hard to get that baseline data, and then it's hard to sustain that research and monitoring funding. So again, the strategy agreement, the disclaimer kind of said it all. We can sign the strategy, but it doesn't commit staffing resources and it doesn't commit money. So again, is the strategy a living document as useful as it is that going to be justification for us to back off our emergency footing? And I don't know that for a fact. And those were just some bullet points I wanted to raise. None of them are deal breakers. I do acknowledge this is the starting point, not the ending point, and it will be a living document. But from my perspective, if this is going to be a strategy, I'd like to see a little more meat on the goals.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments or questions? So I do have one concern coming from a very ignorant, non-scientific perspective, but the surveys you're doing are mostly in the northern section of the lake. And I can't help but always remember that we went from almost zero to, oh my gosh, what happened? We have very difficult times explaining how we got from there to 1.4 million. Obviously, your fish count is kind of like our homeless pit count, like it's never going to be perfect. It's always going to be a little room for error. But I don't see any changes in the surveying going down towards the southern parts of the lake, where we're talking about a completely disconnected area, potentially Scotts Valley, potentially Blue Lakes, but we're not talking about the lower arms of the lake. And I just want to make sure that if we're going to base our actions off of research and not just alienating it to just one portion of the lake, maybe there has been an evolution where there's a need to be in the southern part of the lake. That's where the currents are going. That's where the winds are blowing. That's where there's probably going to be more water left at the end of a drought versus the northern section that gets much more shallow. So it just feels like we have this kind of question mark on how did we end up going from so little to so many, and yet we're not expanding. It doesn't feel like the expansion of the survey is going to the southern part of the lake, and I would like to see it go there to help us better say, look, there's nothing there, or maybe there's something that has changed. I know that we have seen throughout our history of evolution that things have changed drastically. During the Industrial Revolution, things changed drastically, and you'll probably read about it all the time when you learn about it through science. The butterflies that changed from white butterflies to black butterflies, because all of a sudden the white ones were easy to pick off, and the other ones that were darkened by the soot were able to hide. And so that took very little amount of years to make that evolutionary change. We're seeing unprecedented type of weather, droughts, and to ignore 50% of our lake just seems like we're missing something, and I hope that we can expand that. I know it costs money to do those surveys, but it just seems like a missed opportunity if we don't.
If I may, yeah, totally. I agree with you. And that's what we hope that the action on setting up a technical science advisory committee, they can help answer those questions for us and to let us know if our current surveying efforts are adequate or not. I mean, that's really what that goal is designed to get at. Is our current science that we're doing right now adequate to assess these problems? So we're hoping that setting up an outside technical advisory committee of experts can come in and help us refine our efforts, current efforts.
I have a comment to that, to your reply also.
On the mic.
It doesn't work, so I will just.
It does. It does. It does.
No,
It's on?
Yes.
Yeah, see the green.
You guys can hear. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make a comment to your comment, Supervisor Sabatier, that we as the county are monitoring the lower lakes, or lower section of the lake, lower tributaries. So every week we've been going out to Siegler, Burns, Copsey, Schindler. I'm forgetting somebody in there. Perini, and there's probably another one that I'm forgetting, but we have been monitoring those. And our goal is to take that data, package it up, put a little ribbon on it, and give it to California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife that are separate than California Department of Fish and Wildlife, right? So those population estimates that you were talking about are very focused in the upper section of the lake. And working with CDFW, we asked how can we help, and we're trying to hit the spots that are not monitored.
But thus far, the data hasn't been aggregated together, and I know in the past it's been all about the surveys that have been done, and they've been in the north area. And I just want to make sure in our strategic plan that we're implementing all of those things, or else part of it doesn't make sense to me.
And
I knew other agencies were looking at the southern lakes. Something was mentioned to that effect in our previous presentation, but it's separate datas, and we got to make sure we're aggregating everything together.
Absolutely.
and let's-
Of this season, it will be aggregated.
Yeah. And let's clarify that CDFW, since it was listed in 2014, started their surveys mostly predominantly in the upper arm and the upper tributaries. USGS, since 2017, has done all their surveys in lake throughout the entire lake. So they do surveys even in the Keys, in lower arm, Cache Creek. We know there's hitch in Cache Creek. They do surveys throughout the whole lake. Over the last 2 years, I believe, Fish and Wildlife Service has contracted USGS to conduct those surveys in order to determine the population that's in the lake, in the entire lake, in order to make a listing decision through the Federal Endangered Species Act process. And I believe U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is going to continue that funds for USGS to do that. So there are data collected in the entire lake by USGS for the in-lake studies. And I believe they are coming out in June. The second and third week of June, they will be out doing those surveys on the lake. So you'll see the big boats, they do the big nets, the gill nets, and they do those surveys. And that's throughout the entire lake.
And you had mentioned Middle Creek Restoration Project. Absolutely agree that that's a huge aspect of creating the habitat that has been destroyed. But in the South Lake, we have Anderson Marsh State Park, which is probably a magnificent habitat out there with the tules and everything else that's there. So hoping to see the aggregated data and continuing that work. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, just want to make sure that everybody from the community does get their comments in. I know we have a lot of folks that are working on this, from the tribal nations to our local land agricultural folks, and everybody. Just make sure they have the opportunity to get the comment in, so we'll spread the word and continue that conversation. You know, one thing I like about the strategy as we move forward is just that continued commitment for everyone to work together on these hitch strategies. So, as you said, they're in the whole lake. As you just talked about, Anderson Marsh, one of the oldest villages here in Lake County. It wasn't there for the great views. It was there for a reason. It produced life to make sure that we had what we need to sustain life. So we know that the hitch were everywhere. So we'll continue that process, continue it on. But I know there's been a commitment from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and everybody to make sure that the tribes, you know, the county are really working together on this and collaborating. And you saw some of that. You know, up on the board, the $2.5 million commitment and some of the other grants that are happening. So we'll continue that work. And yeah, please get your comments in. I appreciate your comments, Michael. And we'll make sure that we get a response. Would like to see us signing this thing when it does come back to get it completed before the end of the year so we can have that long-term strategy. Something you've heard me say before, having a plan. We want things to happen sooner, but having a long-term plan is always the vision to really protect what we have as assets here in Lake County. And that lake is one of the biggest ones and everything in it. So that's all I have.
Supervisor?
Yeah, and the health of the hitch is our best indicator of the health of the lake. And so the strategy is really dense. It's 132 pages. So just want to remind everyone, this is just the overview of the strategy. So take some time to get into it and get those comments into us as soon as possible. And I'm really looking forward to finalizing this when you're ready.
And also a response to Supervisor Green, I think when you work in a collaborative way, there's no way to request that others commit. We can commit what we want to commit, but that's part of the collaboration. Is it's a relationship and common ground of what the vision is of what we want to get accomplished. But we can't force others to do certain things, and we hope that they'll be right along beside us as we move forward. So I think that's the best that we can do at this moment in time, and as long as we're focused on getting these things accomplished, I think others will be right there with us too. There's nothing further. Let's open it up for public comment. Supervisor Green, did you have a response? All right, let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Please come on up. Joan, please come on up.
Joan Moss. I am 79 years old. I have a long history. I was a tutor for the United States government at Elam Indian Colony. And there was, I'll never forget, our hitch gathering. It was one of the rivers that go downhill. We got the whole tribe collecting the hitch. The children, the adults. Very long time ago. I'll never forget it. Whenever I go by, I remember how the people of Elim all got together for a change, and we all chased the hedge by hand, barefoot, in the lake. I'll write about it. Thank you so much. I was a tutor for the Title IV Indian education through the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Is that a hand up in Zoom I see? Oh, let's go ahead and start with the first one. Rebecca Harper.
Hi, everyone. It's Rebecca Harper, Lake County Farm Bureau Executive Director. I just wanted to give a shout out and say thank you so much to Jared Sellers for all his work on the conservation strategy. It's been a very lengthy process, and Jared has done a wonderful job and been very thorough. So I just wanted to express my gratitude for all of his work on this. Thanks, Jared.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Benjamin Hiddle.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you guys for all your work on this. This is a super important thing, and I know we're supposed to look at the long-term benefits, and it's hard to tell somebody how much it would cost to redo a whole population of fish and probably be billions of dollars. So really good on all this. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, board. Thank you, everybody involved in this. And I hear that the strategies that we've been doing to count the fish have been potentially difficult. And I'm wondering if we have any underwater drones and things like that that will more accurately count the fish and be cheaper to do throughout the lake. Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Did you have a response?
It's funny you mentioned that because USGS is currently working on an underwater drone to look into populations of juvenile hitch in the streams. They're going to start a pilot next year. They've already done this project in other rivers in California, and they hope that it is equally applicable here in Clear Lake. So they will be using underwater drones to monitor hitch in the streams next year, starting a pilot project. So thank you for your comment.
It's never been more exciting to work for USGS. Now you got underwater drones. Thank you for that. I don't see any further hands in the Zoom room, and no one else seems to be coming up to the mic in the chamber, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just one last question / comment. It's again, living document, but and I can't ask you to speak for a different legislative thing, but the potential ties anyway with the Blue Ribbon Committee process, and I only mention that because it's a process. We have legislation, we have funding getting routed through there from CNRA, and that's the closest thing I think we have to a regulatory framework that routinely guarantees we're going to be looking at projects annually and looking at potential sources of funding, whereas I don't see the proposal for such a framework in here. So again, I get it's voluntary and we're not going to commit anything, but absent such a commitment to routinely come together, not with just a technical advisory committee, but a budget committee that goes with that, how are we going to move these things forward? Again, it still seems a little bit thin to me. So I'm all for this county or this watershed district or both moving toward being signatories of this document. But I'm just wondering if there could be some consideration of how to leverage the existing process that's in place through the Blue Ribbon Committee so that we can either get another signature on this document as part of that ongoing commitment to these, or we can consider whether to kind of clone that approach and at least bake in some thought of future how we handle future projects, how we handle future budget requests. Because again, without a clear strategy on how not to just get people at the table and sign this document, how do we get them to sign on to the projects that this strategy hopefully will inspire? And so I think the Blue Ribbon Committee is a great model to look at. It's, boots on the ground and we already have it, but it's not necessarily the only tool in the toolbox. And so, again, greater consideration of future budgeting and future project analysis, I think, would improve this strategy.
Yeah, I agree with that. And those issues that you bring up are really the crux of getting a lot of these things done. And getting, funding is important. And it does need to be spelled out more in the conservation strategy, how it is really, we're looking for opportunities, right? It's an opportunistic way of going about conservation where, we're in the right place at the right time, we find the right landowner, and we have the right grant to line up to do that restoration. And that is hard. It's hard to do a framework around that, and it's hard. But that does need to be memorialized in the conservation strategy. That acknowledge the difficulties of getting this stuff done and securing funding and getting personnel to do that, while also hopefully by pooling all our resources we can create more of those opportunities to create conservation and get funding for these projects. But having a specific plan called out is definitely not a bad idea. And yeah, we'll definitely look into trying to get that sort of thing incorporated. Another thing is, this conservation strategy is meant to memorialize, again, that close working relationship. And by me coming up here to talk to your guys' personnel and staff that you have working on it and working with the Blue Ribbon Committee, I hope that we can, integrate our efforts.
Vice Chair Crandall.
Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for all the hard work. And I already really appreciate the collaboration with the different governments and the different agencies and whatnot. I think the Blue Ribbon Committee, it's its own separate thing, and it does similar work as well. It might be something good to model, but I think all in all right now you have what you need and keep moving forward. They'll pretty much see this in one way, shape, or form. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think just a reminder, the comment made by Supervisor Pyska about the 2.5 million and the 250,000, or 2.1 million and $250,000 since the emergency. There's momentum. There's momentum in more collaboration, more gathering and meetings, and trying to figure out what to do, what's the solutions, what do we need, what data do we need. And so I think right now we just need to continue doing that. This is a strategic plan. And just like any other strategic plan, it's up to the folks that want to, that have the power to implement it. And I think that's where it comes back to the Board of Supervisors for the actions of the county. So I'm happy with the momentum that we have currently. If there's no further comments, thank you again very much for coming and presenting and letting us see a little bit of the strategic plan, of the conservation plan, and we'll see you on June 18th. And if there's a way to make sure, if that hasn't already been done, to try to advertise the public comment, whether that's through social media, whether that's through a press release, some way, shape, or form to ensure.
We did have a press release, and I believe it's shared on the social media, but I can touch base with Matthew and make sure that goes out there again.
And I have a question. How did we settle on June 18th? Is this the date that you provided?
No, it came from you guys. And just to review, that date is, we just want to review our comments or potential additions to the conservation strategy plan from the county or watershed protection district side. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I know this suggestion was made by a member, but I want to make sure that we're working on your timetable. That is also our budget hearing week.
Yeah.
So
it's up to you guys.
I want to know what works with you. And, are you going to wait until the comment period has closed? You want to collect the comments first? Like, how do you want to work?
I'll also say that's the week that USGS is going to be sampling out in the lake, and they're doing a field trips. So if any members of the board would like to see sampling in person, or any members of admin too, know that that's an option, and you can talk to us about that. But we will have staff that are out there. So that week might be a little hard, but we can, around that time frame, we should probably July 2nd. Yeah. We can figure out somewhere in there.
I just don't want to feel like you're under pressure for that date.
Yeah, well, the comment period will have just ended, correct? So, yeah, that is kind of close.
If it helps, I think.
Yeah, it'll almost have ended.
We're going to do a formal comment.
Right.
I feel like we bounced it around pretty good here. If there's no real need to come back on the 18th to double down on that, I'm okay with given everyone a pass on that.
Bring it back when you have the ability to bring it back and you're prepared to bring it back.
Love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to item 6.4, our 10 a.m. item, public hearing. A, consideration and presentation of the fire mitigation fees nexus study, and B, consideration of ordinance amending Article 1 of Chapter 27 of the Lake County Code, fire mitigation fees. And we have Mr. Semenov, if you would like to come and sit on one of these chairs. Looks like Chief Cepeda will be joining you, and Chief Ciencio, come on up. And we have Ms. Purdy with us.
I am here to give a brief introduction.
Oh. And so let's go ahead and start this. I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Purdy.
Thank you, Chair Sabatier, and good morning. Carolyn Purdy, Administrative Analyst for the County Administrative Office, here to introduce this item for your consideration. Lake County established their fire mitigation fees ordinance in 1992. The ordinance was amended June 6, 2006, and allows for a fee ceiling of $1 per square foot of construction. Before you today is an amended ordinance to increase fees and update Chapter 27 of the Lake County Code. With us is Dmitry Semenov, the consultant from Ridgeline Municipal Strategies. He will be presenting the fire mitigation fee nexus studies for Lake County. Thank you, Mr. Semenov. I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, and good morning.
Johanna, is it possible to share the presentation?
And I think before we go into the presentation, the chiefs have a couple of words that they wanted to say.
Please. All right. That'll give us time to load up the presentation.
Yeah, I won't throw any acronyms in there today either. So just real quick on fire service of today, we're very equipment and facility dependent to maintain a continuity of operation. So as we look at current or future development, that is the build out of new stations to reduce response times and provide protection. What that requires, additional personnel, equipment. A new Type 1 structure engine runs about $800,000. Our wildland engines run about $650,000, and a ladder would run us about $1.5 million. An ambulance runs us about $300,000, and that doesn't include the equipment that we have to put in it. So, the mitigation fees are to help us grow and support the community as we go. And the one thing about the Lake County Fire Chiefs is that we closed out 2023 with over 14,343 calls. So that was 39 calls we did every 24 hours with our responders. And we're very community oriented. We do flood fighting, we do water shut-offs. There is little to nothing that we do. During the COVID, you've probably seen a lot of our faces out there. We were very instrumental with working with public health to arrange for all the initial nasal testing. We set up vaccination clinics. There were times at the drive-in theater we vaccinated over 1,100 people in a day. So we really don't have any borders. We really are an all-hazard type of department that is there to support our community in every fashion we can. We also do hazmat response from large spill fuel trucks. We had the one in front of Twin Pine about 15, 20 years ago. We had another one up here on Vista Point. Respond to that. Methamphetamine labs, Honeywell operations, and then we just acquired an Osprey response trailer for $40,000 to provide additional protection for our waterways and our lakes. So I've gabbed enough. I'll turn it over to Chief Ciencio.
Good morning. Yeah, I think, part of it is like Chief Cepeda said, is we are not keeping up with the cost of creating new programs, and we're continually expected to meet the needs, right? As our communities grow and everything else, we can't keep up with the cost of the stations. We can't keep up with the cost of the engines. Those have astronomically, I've never seen them get so much higher in such a short amount of time. ISO ratings, we have to do an ISO rating, which is insurance office rating. Every 5 years or so, they come and evaluate your department. And, we could walk down the road and go on longer and don't replace our equipment or add new equipment that's needed, your ISO rating goes down, which means every citizen's insurance goes up. Keeping up with the standards of newer equipment, things like that, is pretty important. And I would say, we're all battling keeping employees, keeping things like that. We're keeping our stations are up. My stations are over 50 years old, every one of them. And how much longer can they actually last? And at $1 square foot, you're not even keeping up with the building costs. So it's important that we get this, hopefully can get this and understand that. We haven't met this in over 30 years, so it's kind of amazing that it's lasted that long. And so I'll leave it there for now, I guess.
Thank you very much. And before I pass it off to Mr. Semenov, I do want to disclose that I was told by one person that 2 of my colleagues already are in favor of this. I have spoken with our county council. That is not a Brown Act violation, but I wanted to disclose that because there was multiple people in the room and just wanted to at least put it out there. But ready to move on.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's go into the presentation. So what our firm did is our firm prepared separate nexus studies for each 5 fire districts. And in this presentation, we'll talk about what's a nexus study, what are the legal requirements for the mitigation fees, how do they work, and what were the calculations. So first of all, what's a mitigation fee? Mitigation fee is also known as a development impact fee. It's a one-time fee that's imposed on new development as a condition of approval to pay for public facilities needed to serve new development. Okay, it's usually collected right around when the person is building a house, doing an addition to the house, to a property, to a building. Deals with vertical structures, and the way mitigation fees fit into the sort of the funding for public services is. When Prop 13 was passed, it severely limited the public agency's ability to raise revenues. And now the reality is, with the inflation, with the costs, with how the services operate, pretty much all the property tax, which is more or less the main and virtually sole funding source for the fire service, is going towards covering the operations. And to make sure that the government agencies throughout the state have the capacity to acquire the capital facilities, to keep up the capital facilities, one of the tools that's been provided is the mitigation fees. There's a part of the government code called Mitigation Fee Act that spells out what mitigation fees are, what they can be used for, and how to calculate them. So it's really one of the key funding mechanisms that the law and the legislature put in place to make sure that our public agencies have the facilities that they need. Next slide, please. So definitions and uses. Here are some of the terms that we'll be using over the next few minutes. What is public facilities? Public facilities, when it applies to fire districts, includes fire stations and all other buildings. It can be storage, it can be administration, it can be parking structures, training centers, towers, different types of physical structures. Also includes apparatus and vehicles, fire engines, ambulances, trailers, anything that falls into the rolling stock category, as well as major equipment, and that includes technology, it includes furnishings, it includes all the things that go onto the apparatus, all the equipment that the firefighters use in their service. So that's public facilities. So every time we talk about public facilities, it includes all those things. Development is all new private residential, non-residential buildings. It excludes public buildings, and it excludes accessory dwelling units that are smaller than 750 square feet. That's the legal requirement right now in the state of California. Impact fees cannot be charged on the smaller ADUs. So, but pretty much it's all private residential and non-residential buildings other than what's excluded. So mitigation fees can be used to expand facilities to serve new development. So really the intent of the fees is to expand the fire protection system. And then mitigation fees cannot be used for maintenance, deficiencies, or operations. So it's really to expand the capital facilities of public agencies. Next slide, please. So as we briefly mentioned, the mitigation fee ordinance was adopted in September of 1992 here at Lake County. It covers currently all 5 districts: Kelseyville, Lake County, Lakeport, North Shore, and South Lake County. So no significant updates to the fee program have been done since then, so it's been 31 years. The program set fee ceiling of $1 per square foot and did not include inflation adjustment provisions. So the program's been at the fee ceiling for a very, very long time. What has changed since the program was initially put in place? If you pull up the reports from the 90s, at that time the districts were not providing the EMS service. And then the fire station construction costs that were cited in the when the fee program was put in place was $64 to $70 per square foot. Now we're seeing 600 plus. We're talking to some fire districts that are seeing over $1,000 per square foot, especially once you get into more complex terrain. Class A engine or pumper used to cost $200,000, $350,000. Now we're looking at $700,000. Water tender costs went up from $110,000, $125,000 to $400,000 and even over $500,000. So definitely there's been a huge increase in costs for public facilities. Next slide, please. So in terms of what laws govern impact fees, there's the federal side and then there's the state side. On the federal side, really most of what we have comes from the Supreme Court decisions, which require the nexus to be established to support any type of mitigation fees. So what's a nexus? A nexus is a reasonable relationship. And the 3 nexus components that are set in place through the court decisions, that the development must create a need for facilities that are funded by the fee, so the need component. Then the development must receive a benefit from the facilities funded by the fee. And then the fees must be proportional to the impact created by the development. So need, benefit, and proportionality are the 3 components of the nexus that comes from the federal court decisions. On the state side, we have, as I mentioned, California Mitigation Fee Act, which is the part of the government code. And it takes the 3 nexus components that we just talked about and also adds 2 more requirements that altogether make up what we call nexus findings. So first of all, the nexus study needs to identify the purpose of the fee, needs to state the use of the fee, and then also establish and demonstrate the reasonable relationship between the use of the fee and the type of development on which the fee is imposed. So that's the benefit. The need for facility and type of development on which the fee is imposed, which is the need. And then the amount of the fee and the facility costs allocated to development paying the fee. So that's proportionality. So that's the legal framework for the mitigation fees. Any questions so far? Okay. All right. So in terms of the adoption process, impact fees are imposed as a condition of development approval by a land use authority. And special districts such as fire districts do not have that authority. That authority lies with the counties and the cities. So counties may impose mitigation fees that benefit special districts. And then procedurally, it looks like the districts boards, they approved the nexus studies, reviewed the fees, approved the nexus studies, forwarded them to the county. And now the county and the Board of Supervisors is considering the mitigation fees, and the next steps is adoption of the fees on behalf of the districts. So that's what's required for the fee to be updated in accordance with the laws. So the district boards, they approve the nexus studies, but then they rely on the county to actually adopt the fees and the program. So summarizing the 5 nexus studies, for each 5 fire districts, the following nexus findings have been made. So first of all, the purpose of the mitigation fees within the county, the fire mitigation fees within the county, is for new development to contribute its fair share of existing and future one-time public facility costs. The use of the fee is to fund expansion of, in addition to, the district's public facilities. The need is for the new development within the district service area. The new development within the district service area increases the need for fire protection and emergency medical response public facilities. The benefit is new development within the district service area benefits from the availability of fire protection and emergency medical response public facilities. And proportionality is fire mitigation fees allocate to new development its proportionate share of the district's existing and future public facility costs. So those are the 5 nexus findings that are required by the law, and they're documented in the nexus study reports. So now let's talk about the methodology. Methodology is important because, as we're recently seeing, even with in case of El Dorado County, if you're charging the fee, you have to be doing it right. And we went through great lengths to make sure that that's done correctly. And the fees are based on future development's share of existing and future public facility costs in accordance with the law. Separate calculations were done for each district. The way the program currently functions is it's one fee applicable to all districts. The Law on Mitigation Fee Act now requires that each agency actually does their own calculations and document their own fee program. So we did separate calculations for each district. Each district has a separate report that is specific to the development patterns within the district and the facilities of that district. So each district determined the fee structure and fee adjustments, if any, based on their specific development patterns and facility needs. In terms of the general methodology, how we went about it, the first step was to really determine what is the existing amount of development within each district. So we started with the county data set, and then we made sure that we're truly capturing all the or as much of development as we can identify within the county. So we looked up manually a lot of parcels to make sure that any discrepancies that we could identify in the database were resolved, and avoid missing, any significant development that could impact the calculations. So we looked at manufactured home communities, parcels that have mobile homes on them. We looked at the recent several years of development that's been documented. We looked at any discrepancies between the square footages and the assessed values in the data set, just making sure that we capture all development, as much of it as possible. Then the next step was to prepare development projections through 2040 for each district. Capital facilities planning is it's a long-term process, so we do want to make sure that we're looking at a reasonable time frame in terms of how much development we can expect over the next couple of decades, as well as what facilities would be necessary to serve that development. And then the next step was for each district prepare the existing facilities inventory, going through all their buildings, apparatus, equipment, making sure that everything's documented properly. And then looked at additional facilities that are needed through 2040 to make sure that the services, the fire services, are maintained and provided. And then looked at what other resources are available to fund those facilities, which is the current amounts in the mitigation fee fund for each district. And then took the net cost of the facilities after the funds that are available, and then allocated it across the board for the existing and future development. So we're not asking the future development to take the entire amount of the facilities. The cost's been allocated to existing and future development to make sure that the proportionality requirement is met. Any questions on the methodology? Okay. So this table summarizes what we just talked about for all 5 districts. So the first line is the existing development, how many square feet of structures are within each district. So Kelseyville is 10.4 million, Lake County 17.4, Lakeport 10.8, North Shore 10.1, South Lake County 10 million square feet. So we're looking at close to 60 million square feet of structures that the 5 fire districts are protecting within the county. Then we looked at how much growth is expected over the next 18 years. And a lot of thought went into those projections. We looked at what have been the development patterns, what's proposed, what's realistically likely to develop. And we calculated about 1.6 million for Kelseyville, 1.5 million for Lake County, 1.1 for Lakeport, 900,000 square feet for North Shore, and 1.4 million for South Lake. And that's over in the next 18 years of development. So then the 2 numbers were added together for total development, and then we looked at the facilities, the existing and the planned, and subtracted the mitigation fee funds, and then calculated net facility costs. So that net facility costs for each district, that's what gets divided by the square footage that the district is serving to come up with an allocation of cost per square foot. And that allocation came out to $1.47 for Kelseyville, $1.89 for residential, and $2.36 for non-residential in Lake County, $2.89 in Lakeport, $1.98 in North Shore, and $2.56 in South Lake County. So that's if you take the total cost of facilities divided by the total development projected through 2040, that's what you're getting. And that's where you start seeing that each district has a very specific and very different situation. And really, it's the right way to look at each district on an individual basis. All right. So once we've done those calculations, the next step is to look at what's happening within the region, the bigger area, surrounding jurisdictions, in terms of the agencies that are updating their fees, where are they ending up with the fire mitigation fees? So these are the studies that the programs that have been updated in 2021 through 2023. So that's the kind of the most recent updates that we've seen. In Yola County, 2 fire districts, Esparto and Willow Oaks, they updated their fees, came out at $1.48, $1.69 per square foot. The city of Wairika and Siskiyou, $2.03 per square foot. Anderson Valley CSD in Mendocino County, $2.13 for single family, $2.54 multifamily, $2.14 retail and commercial, $2.87 for office. And then in Sonoma County, 2 districts, Sonoma County Fire Protection District, Sonoma Valley, single family, $1.75, $1.72, multifamily, $2.31, $2.91, retail commercial, $1.95 for both districts, and then office, $3.20, $3.23 per square foot. So that's where the fees that are being updated in surrounding jurisdictions. That's the spectrum that we're seeing. All fee programs have an automatic inflation adjustment to keep up with the annual inflation costs, and then all fee programs have an administrative surcharge of between 2% and 4%. So with that information, we looked at the cost calculations, the cost allocations, and what's reasonable, what's necessary, right, and what's within the range of what we're seeing other agencies are doing. And based on that information, this is the proposed fire mitigation fees that the districts determined. Kelseyville, $1.50 per square foot. So all of these include the 2% administrative surcharge, so which most of the cases, you go back to the calculated allocation and you add 2% on top of that. So that's the difference between, for example, for Kelseyville, $1.47 allocation, $1.50, that includes the 1.5 cent surcharge for, 3 cent surcharge for administration. Lake County Fire Protection District, for residential buildings, $1.93, non-residential $2.41. And then there's also, for them as well as for Lakeport, there's a proposed surcharge of 50 cents per square foot for high impact properties. And those are two types of properties. Residential properties that are 3 stories and above, and, all properties that are 3 stories and above, and then non-residential properties that are 15,500 square feet or larger. And the reason for that surcharge is both of these districts are considering acquiring ladder trucks, which are necessary to serve that larger development. It's really hard to handle that with a basic fire engine. So you need better equipment, more expensive equipment for that. And the way that was calculated is we looked at what's the difference between a Type 1 engine and a ladder, and then how much high impact development are we expecting, right? And then if there was a full direct allocation, the amount would be 10 times what's being charged. But since those engines would be available to the district for other services as well, both districts decided that 50 cents per square foot is a reasonable surcharge. So Lake County Fire Protection District, residential $1.93, non-residential $2.41, and a 50-cent surcharge for high impact. Lakeport, $2 per square foot for residential, $2.45 for non-residential, and 50-cent surcharge. In case of Lakeport, their allocated cost was higher, significantly higher, than made this decision to bring it down to be more in line with our other agencies. North Shore, $2.02 across the board, and South Lake County, $2 per square foot for residential, $2.61 for non-residential, also reducing their residential surcharge to be within the range of other agencies. So all of these fee programs included 2% administrative surcharge for Mitigation Fee Act compliance costs. That includes updates to Nexus studies, record keeping, reporting, kind of keeping up with all the administration of the fee program. All districts include automatic annual inflation adjustment. It's calculated based on the engineering use and record building cost index, 20 cities average, which is the standard index for impact fee inflation adjustment. Fees apply to all new development, which is defined as all private residential and non-residential buildings and covered additions, and then certain exceptions for ADUs that are smaller than 750 square feet, and rebuilds as discussed in the Nexus studies. Additional high impact surcharge, Lake County Fire Protection District and Lakeport Fire Protection District only, applies to 3-story buildings, 3 and above story buildings, and non-residential buildings with over 15,500 square foot of footprint. And finally, concluding all this is looking at how much the fee revenues is expected to generate for each agency, comparing that versus the planned facility costs and available funds. And then we see that even with the increase, each agency, each district will still have to do very significant fundraising to meet their capital facility needs. So mitigation fees are definitely not funding all the new facilities that the district need to add. It's just helping them get there. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Ms. Purdy, did you have anything more to add? All right.
And one thing I would like to add is also as a part of this, you're being asked to look at the entire fire mitigation fee ordinance with a lot of significant revisions. And Lloyd was really, really amazing at putting this together. We are trying to update the ordinance that's 30 years old, and a lot of things have changed in the laws. So a a lot of those changes, they're, to make sure that the ordinance fits within the requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act, the practices that are used, and, doing all the cleanup just at the same time with looking at the mitigation fees.
Thank you for that. Also want to check in with Chief Cepeda and Chief Ciancio. Any other comments before we bring it back to the board?
Yeah, just a couple of things. We look at the last 12 years, and we've lost about 65% of our county land mass and about 3,200 structures, and that threat's going to continue. We look at the new CAL FIRE fire severity map for the next 50 years. A lot of our growth is dependent upon acquiring fire insurance. So it's difficulty buying a home, selling a home, or building a home. And when you look at the insurance companies, they've dropped 72,000 residential policies and 42,000 commercial in the state of California. And that's kind of why, as a fire chiefs, we're trying to reduce our ISO ratings and do the defensible spaces, working with the RRA and clerk and various to create these defensible spaces within our community. And so that's really a big thing. We look at the potential growth is we need to get a handle on really the fire insurance portions of things. And just a little bit more on, our community outreach. We are all very instrumental in the Risk Reduction Authority and the Emergency Medical Care Committee and a variety of other things that keep the continuity of operations. So it isn't just us rolling out with lights and sirens. We all, as fire chiefs, belong to multiple different organizations within our community to keep things growing. And we do want to see that development. We just want to make sure that we have the resources to support that growth as we move forward. 85% of our calls are EMS, but our personnel are cross-staffed, so they jump from an ambulance onto an engine onto a rescue to perform that nest task. So thank you for letting me speak.
Chief Ciancio?
I'm good.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't think there's a person on this board who does not recognize and notice what our fire districts do for our communities. So thank you very much for what it is that you and your staff do out there. It's a necessity, not just a bonus to have you here. So want to open it up, Supervisor Green. Let's go ahead and start with you.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of a technical question, but an important one, I think. So if I'm reading the bundle that's here, we have an ordinance we're going to be taking a peek at. Appreciate very much County Council's hard work in the districts on that. Looking good. On the Nexus studies themselves, if I'm reading the structure right, they are structured to basically serve double duty and serve as the capital fire facility and equipment plan that must be adopted as part of this process as outlined in the revised ordinance. That said, there's still talking points in here that the new fees being imposed by the Nexus study don't go to deficiencies and basically old development has to be applied to new development. So my very cursory look, and I haven't drilled down a lot, I do see in the Nexus study for Lakeport, and I looked at the others, it's all in there, same consultant, it makes sense that it's structured that way. There is indeed something that could and should pass as a capital fire facility and equipment plan in there. Where I'm struggling is to identify application of the fees to new development versus addressing deficiencies. And I'm looking particularly at rehabilitation of old station houses. So without a little more granular detail on that, I accept that for the district purposes as a whole. These capital fire facility and equipment plans are right in line with what I think would be passed on an annual basis. I don't know for a fact that it's granular enough to parse which funds would be applied to deficiencies or existing operations and those that would be covered under the Nexus fee as new activities or new capital improvements or something like that for which those fees are being collected. So can you speak to that particular methodology?
Sure. So in terms of the facilities plan, right, that's the requirement in the law if a larger agency has to prepare a much more involved document. And the larger agency is defined as a population of at least 100,000 people. So the fire districts are allowed to use the Nexus study as the facilities plan. And in terms of the kind of the deficiencies, that's the one thing that the Nexus studies do not include. We do not include the costs of upgrading the facilities. We look at what's the existing value of the existing facilities, and then what additional facilities need to be added to the system to properly serve the development. So it will be up to the districts to identify funding to upgrade their facilities. From the standpoint of the mitigation fees, they have to be kept separately from all other revenues of the district in a separate fund, and they can only be used for the expansion of the system. And an annual report is required to be provided on what fees are being collected and what the fees are being used for. So that's the procedural requirement of the Mitigation Fee Act. Is that what you were asking?
It sounds like there's big agency, small agency. So I'm not aware that there's any particular call out, at least not in the budgets I've seen, that distinguish between funds allocated for existing operations and those intended for expansion. For example, in Lakeport, we're talking about a ladder truck. Maybe that's an expansion that would based on this 3-story apartment complex that may or may not show up. Also using Lakeport as an example, we had a tax measure a couple years, Measure M, again was intended to bolster and provide new services as opposed to supplanting existing services. And it's not necessarily on the consultant or this Nexus study or the ordinance we're addressing here today to make sure that we keep those lines clear. But I can just observe it maybe our existing financial accounting structures. We haven't been able to parse that out very well to date. So that's not on you or the ordinance. So.
But one thing to keep in mind is the fee can only be used for the expansion of the system. So replacing an existing engine or replacing a roof on an existing fire station, that's not an acceptable use of the fee. Adding an engine in addition to what the district already has, or adding an ambulance, or building a new station, that is an acceptable use of the fee. So it has to be a very clear expansion of the existing system. And then, as we discussed in the analysis, is the fee is not covering the full amount of the expanded facilities. It really supplements, and the districts still have to do additional, looking for funding to get to cover the gap.
Any further comments or questions? So I have some questions. First off, it's been way too long. 1992 was a vastly different time, different costs, so it's obvious that there needs to be an increase. And as far as the list of needs that our fire district needs, they're the experts. They're the ones who know what's needed in their communities based on the service calls. So I'm not going to hash out any of those things. I do have some questions regarding what did or did not apply to the methodology, and I spoke to some of those things to you today. One is, I know that we're working on, and I know it's also being worked on in Hidden Valley Lake, and I know it will have a benefit to the fire districts, but I don't know if it has impact on this Nexus study or future Nexus studies. But if our flashes systems come to life and provide some assistance to our fire districts to be able to fight fires, does that look at potentially decreasing the anticipated projected costs that the fire districts have placed in the Nexus study as far as their needs to be able to provide support for communities as we see a growing development?
I would defer the question to the chiefs. You have to determine.
Yeah, not knowing what that's going to look like, when you look at over the 18 years, what that's going to propose for us is that, pardon me, as fire chiefs, we are going to look at strategically placing our new facilities to accommodate that. So I'll take my district for instance. If they build out the airport property, that's going to be our new Station 71, because that's going to be a bigger population, a higher call volume, and we want to reduce our response times. So the Lower Lake Station will cover the Lower Lake community to Anderson Ranch Parkway. Station 71 will take Anderson Ranch Parkway to Olympic Drive, and then our main station will then cover those areas. And the cost of a new station is going to be $6, $8, $10 million, and then the additional Type 1 engine, wildland engine, medic unit equipped and staffed, and the infrastructure for that. So I don't think there's going to be a big enough offset to really change what our Nexus studies. And our only funding is our property tax, our direct charges, and what we get off of our EMS billing. And so there is no sales tax. We do a lot with grant funding. We've done very successful. All the fire chiefs have acquired new equipment from the assistance of firefighters. There's intergovernmental transfer funds that are non-sustainable, but they're clearly earmarked just for our EMS supplies and equipment. And that durable medical equipment, we try to turn it every 5 or 7 years. So I just can't see that there's going to be enough of an offset that would change our Nexus study requirements, because we're still going to have a tremendous amount of offset funding to support that.
And I appreciate the response. I was thinking that there would be more of a indirect or possibly direct connection to South Shore or to Lakeport, since that's kind of the identified areas. So definitely not for the Lake County Protection District, because you'd be so far away that the impacts would be minimal to none. But I know that we're working on our end to try and provide some extra safety for the community. Just checking in to see if that would if it came to fruition within the next 5 years and you start working on the next Nexus study, would that have an impact on possibly limiting the next potential increase at a Nexus study? It's kind of where I'm going to as to what can we do to help with some of the things that you need, because we are working on some things in parallel. My next question, sorry.
I would say that if that project ends up reducing the need for additional facilities, that's where you would see the impact on the amount of the mitigation fee. So if, let's say, because of this project, the districts or a district needs less engines, for example, or they don't they don't need to build a new station, that's when you would see the impact on the fee.
Thank you very much. Another question is there, so this was initiated about a year ago. The study was provided to the Chiefs Association meeting around November or December, I think, for the first time. Is there an expiration date on the study itself, on when it can be applied or not applied?
There is really no expiration date. What we're dealing with is the inflation. So the studies are use the 2023 costs for facilities, and the further we get away from it, the more inflation is eating up. So the hope was, I guess, when we started the process, is early this calendar year, get the fees in place, and then have an annual inflation adjustment starting in July to bring us up to $2024, and then et cetera. Well, now the adoption cycle, even if you adopt the fees today, it's still a 60-day period before the amount goes into effect, and at that point we're past July 1st. So my understanding is all the districts have made a decision to forego the inflation increase for 2024, just go with the fees that are proposed, and then have the first inflation adjustment on July 1st of 2025.
Okay, which is what it states in the either ordinance or the resolution. I forget which one it was.
Correct.
My next question is, can fees be reduced without the need of a new Nexus study?
They can.
Okay. And then you spoke to the CPI. We still have in there that there needs to be that annual thing. It's been $1 forever every single year before March 31st that we see those come in. So the CPI right now, if approved as is, would be automatic, but there's still the need for the resolution to come to us on an annual basis, which would then also make a request to approve the CPI increase?
Maybe, I don't know, Lloyd, if that's something you can speak to.
It still has a March 31st date of something that needs to be submitted to the Board of Supervisors.
I think my understanding, and maybe Lloyd can correct me, is the districts still have to provide you with the information, and they still have to pass their own resolution. You don't need to bring it to the public hearing to adopt it. It's your ordinance has the automatic inflation language in it.
Right.
But it's only if there is a revision of the fees, that's when you would be considering them. But
yeah, so the proposed ordinance, as currently drafted, proposes to establish an automatic annual inflation adjustment without further action by the board. And that adjustment commences on July 1, 2025.
And so what's this March 31st date that's still in our ordinance, that it just needs to be submitted to us from the resolutions approved by the districts, but not brought to the Board of Supervisors?
That may have been part of the amendment, or what is being proposed to be amended. Not sure. I'm currently looking for that.
I'm on page 4 of the ordinance. Sorry, I don't know what section it is. Section 27-7D, by March 31st of each following of the year. The agency shall submit a copy of a new resolution. So they're still just supposed to submit what their boards have approved, and that's it? Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to check in on that. I noticed that for the cities, there used to be a separation. Now everything's been simplified so that it's all the same rates, depending on if it's single family, if it's multifamily, and so on and so forth. And I guess my first question would be, why not ADUs? Is that a state law that doesn't allow us to do that? Because there's a lot of laws that have really simplified the ability to build ADUs.
Correct.
And ADUs creates a higher density situation, which obviously means potentially more harrowing situations if there's a fire in the area. Just kind of curious, why not for those? What was the reason?
The current state law prohibits collecting impact fees on ADUs that are smaller than 750 square feet. So if the law changes, then those units will become subject to the fee. But currently there is an exemption in place at the state level.
Well, that's not helpful. And so I will, on the ordinance, I'll give my two feedbacks on the ordinance. We do need to implement the North Shore costs because it's left blank right now in our ordinance. So I'd like to make that amendment. I think it's 202 for both the residential and non-residential. Right now it's blank. And also, what was the other part? The other part where it amends the fire mitigation portion of the, I guess the whole thing is the fire mitigation portion, but the exempt mitigation portion. We had amended that in May or June of last year due to the dry sheds and the dry sheds having power. And so we changed I don't have the exact language in front of me, but right now it says agricultural buildings requiring an exempt building permit, and it just stops. But we had put agricultural buildings requiring an exempt building permit if no power source is available, that it would be exempt. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but I know that it was changed. It's not updated in our Muni code. And so that would be why we kind of started with this template, because we did not do the updates after approving our dry sheds. And so I want to make sure that we don't eliminate that, because that's been a conversation I've had with the fire districts, that we have ag exempt buildings that are getting powered and are somehow sneaking around the fire fees. And so I want to make sure that stays in there so we don't have that situation occurring again in the future.
And I definitely support that. I was going to bring that up after too. So that question on those agricultural buildings, they burn just like anything else. And they're usually out in the field and those other things, and would like to have that conversation of, do we continue that? So anyway, sorry.
No worries. And my last thing is, and I'll be brief on this, I wanted to put together a meeting regarding just overall developer fees. The fire districts have not increased their fees since 1992. We have to do something to try to keep you guys updated so you can get the equipment and the facilities you need to keep protecting our communities. What I worry about, it's all of us put together, these fees. We all live in separate lanes to do our jobs, but when it comes to development, we all share one lane. And school fees are $4.79. They have the ability to go up to $5.17 as of January 24th of this year. We're looking at potential CPI increases for the fire district if this is approved as is. We have water districts and sewer districts that are also on CPI increases. And when you start looking at the affordability of housing development, it is just going away. And I worry about two things. One, either A, we will only be seeing one type of housing that's being built in our community, which can be afforded, and that's through tax credits and other things, which would be low-income housing. We need low-income housing, but when you look at our actual list of what we need workforce housing more than anything else in this community. And I worry that we've had two fire district, I want to say measures, I don't know if it's the right term to say tax measures, but that have been denied both for Kelseyville and North Shore, which puts them, again, behind more so than they should be. We just had a school district get denied for their bonds, and I think that the appetite is not there to continue asking more from the public. And how are we going to make sure your revenues remain what they should be so you can get those ambulances, so you can get those facilities, so you can get your fire trucks? And I was hoping to engage and have a greater conversation about we're doing the same thing we've always done, and it worked at one point, but it's no longer working. And I would really like to, I've never seen or heard of all of those who have developer fees coming together and having a discussion saying, how can we make this work? And I'd really like to put that back together. I was asked to pause, which I did, so that I can have that conversation here at the board to get consensus that there is a need for this conversation. Not to say this is what you need to do. We need to look at ourselves, and we need to ask everyone to see what is possible for us to change so we can maximize the revenues and not limit it. And I'll just give one perfect example. We can raise the fees all we want, but in 2022, I know Lucerne district, Unified School District, only collected $4,700, and at $4.79, that means we had 1,000 square foot being built. You can't build a fire station if that's the way that it continues, and it's only making things more difficult as everybody, not just what we're talking about here today directly, keeps increasing their fees. And so I would love to have that discussion and engage to see what can we do differently to make sure that we all maximize. And whether that's what type of housing are we incentivizing. Right now it's just residential or non-residential. I appreciate the surcharge of the 50 cents. So if you have a giant Walmart type of facility that comes in, you get that extra 50 cents. But not separating single family versus multifamily. I know it simplifies everything, but it also puts everything in the same box, and not sure that we, at least from the county perspective or my perspective, can meet the vision of where we would like to get in the next 10 years as we keep going in the direction that we're going. And so I would love to engage in that conversation to better figure out how can we do better to help you, to make sure that you can maximize your revenues and that we can also reach our vision of what we would like to see our communities to look like. And I'll end it there. And I believe Supervisor Simon.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. This is off topic of what the agenda item is, but we did have our housing development strategy adopted this fall or this winter. We have a lot going on there, and that is the appropriate place for these conversations to happen. That is important when we talk about the housing designation, the housing strategic plan, the portfolio we need to develop. So that is happening, and I don't want to lose sight of that work that we've already done and make sure that we're being methodical in that lane. So I am supportive of the fees today. That's what we have before us. As we look at development, that's people moving into our community. That's growth that we're going to experience. And we've already been through a lot as a community in every single one of our fire districts. This is not something that we can put off any further. So I know that you all put so much time and energy into this and a lot of your precious resources. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for bringing it today. And I am 100% in favor of moving forward.
Yeah. Supervisor Sabati brought it up, making sure that we cover those agricultural buildings that, because we do know that people are trying to get around paying those fees. And you want to support the agricultural community, but just as I said, those buildings burn like anything else, usually filled with hay or other equipment. You know, when we're talking about those things, I want to make sure that we do kind of close those loopholes. I don't know how to do that, but maybe just, as we said, saying it has electric or it's, got power to it, that we add that in today. Also, just wanted to have a discussion on C down here on exemptions also. Being all the devastating fires we've gone through and everything, I was just wondering if the board would have an appetite to look at that, the 1-year application, getting your application in to rebuild your home in 1 year. I think it gives 3 years after a local emergency is declared. But we've experienced it takes longer to rebuild than that. If there's an opportunity to talk about extending that to maybe 3 and 5 years, just because that's a reality. That's the reality of the Valley Fire, Clayton Fire, let's go through all 18 of them, as we do that. We probably still have folks that haven't rebuilt from the Clayton Fire, So understanding that was just something I wanted to bring up with the exemptions. So I was just thinking about year changes, I thought 3 and 5 years were more realistic. I know that we run into issues where folks don't rebuild at a certain point, and I know we cut those things off once we had emergency declarations that were, we rescinded them. But I think there's, given that opportunity, it's stressful enough to go through that. And we have a board member that went through that and many other family members. So I don't know what the appetite of the board is, but at least extending that, to 2 years, I would even be happy with that after the fire happens, and maybe 5 with the local emergency. I know it creates other issues, but it also, one less thing to worry about, a time frame in the midst of rebuilding your life. So I just
Yeah,
wanted
I'll
to-
respond to that. I think it makes sense for a local emergency for 2 years. Again, this is getting started on the project, not necessarily finishing it. It gets really hard after 3 years when you've got people that are possibly relocating or not coming back. But maybe that's a conversation for another day. But the 1-year timeline is really difficult when you're
And
dealing
I'm good
with
with
trauma.
I just think anything we could give them with a little bit more time to get it together, because housing costs increased at that time. We saw it after the Valley Fire. I mean, it just exploded, with the housing square foot costs to rebuild.
Well, the compounding effect of other fires around the other counties and workforce leaving, there's a lot of issues there.
Yeah.
Chief Ciancio, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm only going to speak for North Shore in this, but if we have someone who was burnt out, whether it was the ranch fire or even just a regular structure fire or whatever, we don't charge them fees. So if the footprint's going to be the same, whatever, we don't charge them. So they're not getting mitigation fees for those to rebuild their homes and things like that. If we can prove that they paid mitigation fees initially and then they're going to increase the size of their home, okay, that increase is charged, but not the normal, what they were in.
And mine was just more for the time frame, so maybe the 1 year to the 2 year after the year. I would agree with that. We all went through it, and, a lot of folks did build bigger, so they had to pay some mitigation fees as they did that. We all had to turn in our site plans, those types of things, because we all lost homes. Our family, grandfather's home burned down and had to get that rebuilt. It was a challenge, so I appreciated the school waiving the fees and everything. So I just bring that up to that effect, to give folks a little more time.
Yep.
If the board's interested.
I'm interested in the conversation. Not sure that I agree to the change itself, but definitely want to make sure that people have the chance to be able to get their stuff back together and being able to organize themselves enough to start approaching our community development and start rebuilding. That does take some time to deal with the aftermath of those unfortunate tragedies. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, a question possibly for the chiefs and the consultant. So the fees are supposed to go toward new stuff, but the fees also can be expended for share of cost of the new development on existing facilities, if I'm reading it right. I don't want to characterize all our districts the same, but it seems we're all more or less in in that latter category, where we have existing facilities, what new development is going to come on board is going to be anticipated to serve by those existing facilities and equipment. And so the collection of the fees is appropriate, and the expenditure of the fees on those existing capital assets can be appropriate. And that's unlike, for example, if there's a big development in South County and we're building a new fire station and maybe 1 or 2 fleet vehicles to go with that and staffing, that's clearly new development tied to the new expansion. But historically, there's not a lot of expansion going on in Lakeport, I can tell you that, and probably not a lot of expansion on the North Shore. That would lead to instant consideration of new stations and new vehicles based on a new population center. So I get that there's a limitation. You can only put it on new equipment and facilities. But by necessity, it looks like we're backfilling into our existing facilities and equipment and doing vehicle replacements. So help walk me through that, because what the law states, we're collecting this fee to basically put in a kitty and fund expansion. The funds would probably not be adequate in any given budget year to do much expanding. I guess there's no there for me.
I want to make sure we're not getting into the territory of micromanaging the district's budgets.
I just want to make sure we're collecting fees for a stated purpose, which is for new and expanded services, not for backfilling existing services. And I'm not aware that either the level of development that occurs in most of our districts is adequate to do much expansion or capital improvement. I think it is more likely, and I want to make sure we are appropriate when we pass these impact fees, knowing that probably there's going to be some backfilling involved. And it's necessary. Share of cost for existing facilities from new development is appropriate, but it's unclear to me what the funding and accounting mechanism is that distinguishes, again, this equipment, capital facility and equipment plan. It's in there, it's in the Nexus study, but it isn't really tied to any particular level of new development, and it's not tied to any level of new equipment that's being proposed for purchase. It looks like it is intended to do some backfilling, and it may be totally okay for that. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page on that.
Good.
No, please.
So what we're doing in our Lower Lake Station, when in 2017 we passed one of our measures to staff with 1. So we're going to be moving to move 2 people in our Lower Lake Station. So it's going to be about $300,000 to expand that small little area. There's the small sleeping quarters into accommodating 2 staff 24 hours a day. So we do have growth within our stations to accommodate the infrastructure. Our computer infrastructure has to be updated to accommodate the new state and federal reporting systems, which are a huge expenditure to us, as well as the annual IT that comes out of our general fund. So we're really limited, but I think all of our departments are growing, not in a rapid growth, but the small amount that we get on the development doesn't cost for the upgrades of what we're doing. And when you look at over 18 years, what that's going to generate, that's not even going to really more than maybe cover a fire engine if everything were to grow accordingly. So we look at grant funds and our general fund cutting and doing different things to make those additions to our stations, or to buy that new apparatus or the new medical equipment that comes out to provide a better medical care to our community members. So we struggle with robbing Peter to pay Paul, in lack of better words. But I think that the amount that we get incrementally doesn't nearly cover the cost of what we're doing within our facilities to make sure our communities are safe.
And I think in each Nexus study it equates to, here's the projections of what the growth looks like, and here's what the need will look like, and then identifies what the equipment and facility needs are. I don't disagree that there's an auditing process of how those fees are spent, and that's not up to us. That's a different, it's either the state or someone else that keeps track of that. Yep. All we're looking at is the Nexus study the appropriate methodology? Is it appropriately done? And are these the numbers that should be approved? And I think that everything else is not really under our control. Once the money is in their hands, it's up to them to spend it appropriately based on state law.
And our financial analysts, whether it be Misha or Christina or Gloria or Maya or Promise in Lakeport, their checks and balances every day done, and we go through a variety of different audit processes to make sure that we're audit worthy with every dollar that goes out. So for our financial staff out there, they're the ones that keep the fire chiefs out of hot water because we're not very good financially, but the checks and balances and the appropriate usage of those funds, they're monitoring for us day by day. I guarantee it.
Any other comments? And just to respond to my colleague, Supervisor Pyska, I do think any time that we talk about developer fees, it's appropriate to look at the bigger picture and identify what concerns to future visions that we have and how they impact that. Yes, we do have somebody working on those things, but I'm expressing myself on my concerns because I'm highly concerned when you start talking to developers, when you start looking into the costs, they are prohibitive. And it doesn't, in my mind, reflect the vision that we have of where we're going. And again, this has nothing to do with the fire fees. It has to do with all of the fees put together. You guys are the last ones to the finish line, and I wish that you had done this every 5 years in the past, but I know you will from now on because you have an 8-year maximum with a recommended every 5 years.
But one of the things that all of us have done is that we need to be able to trend where we are. And so, with all of our staff trending back 5 years, realizing that if we continue down that pathway, we're not going to make it much farther. So we are always the last to the finish line because we need to validate what our needs are. And it's been such a fluctuation from the beginning of the pandemic until now. And then you look at what that did over 5 years trending, and then those same numbers 5 years down the road, it's pretty scary for us as community leaders to be able to survive.
And just a quick addition, one of the things that we talk about when it comes to fire safety, which I think would also be for EMS safety, is those who are developing in the WUI, in the wildland urban interface. And to me, that should be something that we don't incentivize and have a surcharge on something of that kind so that we can get people in our community growth boundaries. We can get people to remain inside our incorporated cities because that's where they're going to be the safest and have the quickest access to those services. The more we don't disincentivize that, the more we're going to have burdens of how do you reach such a broad community versus a much more contained community. I see no further pens up, so let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. I believe we have one already.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Mike Wink. I'm here for the South Lake County Fire Protection District. And I just had a question. You guys had Supervisor Sabate and Supervisor Simon had really good dialogue about structures, whether they do or do not have power, and whether they have power or not. Supervisor Simon mentioned that they all have a potential threat of catching on fire. So I just was wondering if I get clarification. Sometimes we see projects come in that have a lot of square footage of structures, and so we give comments on projects based on a structure as a structure, whether, if it can catch on fire, it needs to have defensible space, is it going to have mitigation fees, is it not? And I wonder if you could just clarify, it seems like if you get a building permit for anything more than 120 square feet, then it's a structure that could catch on fire. But I hear that maybe some structures are not applicable. I just was looking for clarification for when I'm reviewing permits.
Yeah, the ones that we were specifically speaking about was ag exempt structures, where at least within the ordinance that we have here, it just says ag exempt structures are exempt from fire fees. We had changed it to they're exempt unless they have power source, or they're exempt without a power source. But once you have power there, we had changed it because of the dry shed ordinance that we had passed for cannabis, that would apply for fire fees, no matter what the square footage is.
So if the ag commissioner says this structure is ag exempt, that'll be part of the application, and it'll be identified in there that these are ag exempt and these are not.
I can't speak to that specifically because sometimes I think in plans, people plan out really well early and have everything there, and others kind of piecemeal and add something later on after the fact, and so I don't know when or what the process is for you to receive that,
Okay, thank you.
unless there's somebody who can speak to that. CAO Parker.
I don't wish to speak to it, but I would recommend that he reach out to Director Turner in Community Development, and she'll be able to give you more clarification and clarity.
Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and continue public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Please come on up.
Hey everyone, David Claffey, Clear Lake City Council. We had this conversation a couple of weeks ago with Chief Cepeda and Mr. Semenov. Development was a big issue for us. As Supervisor Simon and Supervisor Sabatier know, the city of Clear Lake has been pushing hard to grow. We are, as Supervisor Sabatier suggested, development in our city jurisdictions is ideal, and we've really struggled with that. Right now, depending on the size of the development, and we're mostly focused on single-family home, it's about $40,000 to $50,000 before anyone picks up a 2x4 to build a house in the city of Clear Lake. And that's all the impact fees combined. This is the first time we've had something like this come up in front of our council. We have actively not raised our impact fees. We've had these conversations, and we've not raised our own city impact fees because of our concerns. We also have a program in the city of Clear Lake to subsidize some of these impact fees. It's called the Homestead Program. We put $40,000 aside for individuals looking to build market rate housing in the city of Clear Lake. Even that program hasn't had a lot of success because the cost of building homes in California is high. What a home can sell for in Lake County is low, and if you're a contractor and you have the option to build a home in Clear Lake or in Santa Rosa and you can make an extra $200,000, $300,000, you'll prioritize Santa Rosa over Lake County. So it's something, I think development is something that needs to be considered as part of the overall process, whether it's this, whether it's part of the housing conversation. We as a city council decided to pause our conversations with the fire department in hopes that the county could address this, talk about it more robustly. We don't have as much control as you all have, but it is a big concern for us, and I just wanted to raise that and let the conversation go where it may. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Mary Benson. I live in Lower Lake. I'm a member of the Board of Directors for the Lake County Fire Protection District, but I'm speaking strictly as an individual today. My State Farm agent in Lower Lake told me 4 years ago that the cost to rebuild a home, he's seeing quotes all the time in the range of $375 a square foot. So I'd like to suggest that going from $375 to $377 a square foot is not going to be the determining factor as to whether someone's going to build or not. I think also Mayor Claffey's comments that the lack of success on the homestead program is showing that it isn't the fees that are driving these huge costs. In my day job as a real estate broker, I hear people complain about the cost of building with the redundant leach fields, the mandatory solar with the heavier roof sheathing, the mandatory car chargers, and the interior sprinklers, and all of these things that cumulatively add up to drive the costs really high. And so I'm speaking in favor of your adopting this program, and I agree with Supervisor Sabatier to look at all of the fees together, but also look at all of the mandatory building code upgrades that are partly to blame for this. Thank you.
There are a lot of factors. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Is there anybody on Zoom? We have no hands in Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments or action?
I'll motion to approve the fire mitigation fee nexus studies for each county of Lake Fire District.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I motion to waive the reading of the ordinance and read in title only.
Wait. Sorry about that.
Oh, we didn't.
We do need to make some amendments to the ordinance.
Yes.
Mr. Guintabano, if you can help us out with that?
So To your point, Mr. Chair, on the current proposed ordinance under section 27-7D, I believe there's a minor typo or typographical error where the clause subject to adjustments under section 27-8 above was preceded by a period. I believe that's a comma in that draft. So that would be one amendment. And then to the point raised by your board, it's mainly located in section 27-6, the exemptions provisions. We'll start with 27-6A2, where it makes reference to, as it's currently drafted, agricultural buildings requiring an exempt building permit. If your board wishes to amend that based on the current discussion.
To the amendment.
Okay.
Do we have the exact language of what we already changed it to?
At least in the Lake County Code, it only goes as far back as 2017, and I went as far back as 2016, I believe, where there weren't any changes made to that subdivision, 27-6A2. But I am not sure if since 2017, if there have been any further amendments to that section, and that's what we're not clear on. However, your board does have the discretion to change that language, believe pursuant to the discussions that took place. Your board, believe, if I'm getting this correctly, could amend that subsection to state agricultural buildings, comma, unless it has a power source, comma, requiring an exempt building permit.
So I want to pause for a second. Ms. Purdy, did you have something you wanted to add?
Johanna shared with me there was an ordinance that came before the board in October for the building code, but it is the same exemption number, and it states agricultural buildings requiring an exempt building permit that are not connected to a power source.
So let's use that exact language. Thank you for finding that.
And then there was also, if I may, Mr. Chair, there was also some discussion on that same section 27-6, this time in sub C, where I believe if your board has the option of amending the clause within 1 year after the destruction or demolition of the dwelling, changing that to within 2 years after the destruction or demolition of the dwelling for your board's consideration.
Seemed like we had a consensus about that, so I'm willing to add it to the motion.
And those would be the amendments. The motion itself would be, as Vice Chair Crandall stated, motion to waive the reading of the ordinance as amended and read in title only. And I would add, I would suggest to add that to also, as part of that motion.
And I do have one more amendment that wasn't mentioned. Section 27-8, under 4 North Shore Fire Protection District, that the fire mitigation fees would not remain blank, and that they would be set at $2.02.
They are listed on the attached ordinance.
I just opened it right here on my computer. How's that? That's weird. Okay.
I wouldn't have motioned it if it wasn't on there.
Okay.
You already spoke to it, so I didn't have to earlier, so we're good.
Okay.
So if I may, that under this motion, it would be a motion to waive the reading of the ordinance as amended and read in title only, and also to approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Add one thing real quick. On behalf of the Fire Chiefs Association, we truly appreciate your continued support. We really do. So thank you again.
We still have
We're
one
not
more thing
done
to
quite
do.
yet. We have resolutions, I believe.
okay. It's an ordinance amending Article 1 of Chapter 27 of the Lake County Code relating to fire mitigation fees.
And then I will motion to advance the ordinance to the next available agenda for the second reading.
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need to state the date?
To the next available.
The next available meeting is what I
Probably be in June.
thought was implied.
June 4th.
I think we're good. All right. Thank you very much. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break before we continue. So we'll be back at 45. Let's just.
Apologize for jumping so quick. I just didn't want to get into a longer debate over something we could have added.
No worries. 6.5, 10:30 a.m. item, consideration and presentation of Lake County Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan. Director Ewing.
All right.
What is yours?
Well, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director, and I am joined by Mindy Craig and Haley Patton with Blue Point Planning. They'll be giving a presentation, but I'll introduce the item first. I'll start it just by saying, starting in the fall of 2022, when we began, the county and through Public Services, began developing a Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan. The purpose was to develop basically a roadmap for, I'll say the Public Services Department, but a roadmap for the county for improvements, maintenance, operation, and really decision-making. And the impetus for it was not because anything was going wrong per se, certainly in parks. I want to applaud the predecessors of mine who built, and to be honest, you and your predecessors who built a pretty robust park system in Lake County for a county our size. The impetus for it was to ensure that where we put our money and where we put our time is where the public has identified the need and the want. So let's ensure that we're spending our time and money where truly we need to. That's on the park side. On the recreation and the trail side, it was really that those were afterthoughts, I think I'll say. And so let's change that mindset to have those be right there with parks. It's not a parks master plan, it's a parks, recreation, and trails master plan. So that was very important. The team we developed at the time was Blue Point Planning as the consultant to really provide the expertise and guide us through it. But there was also a very robust steering committee, specific working groups, in particular a tribal working group that provided very important information and advice to the team. We also had, and most important, I would say, is the community engagement. Mindy will go through, a high-level summary of what we did there, but I want to thank all of them. And last but not least is the public services staff who are sitting here. We have Katie Galvani, Deputy Director, Celia Hoberg, and Brendan Full is the Park Superintendent. We had them and others who are obviously we're going to take this, and it's our responsibility to run with it. So I thought it was important to have them here so that they can hear where we're going to be going. Mindy will summarize the process, but there really was one result. I really want to highlight the result of this plan. There's not one result, but there's one vision. There's a vision statement that's in there, and then 7 distinct goals with recommendations and an implementation plan to achieve those goals. So right now we are in the public review period. The draft plan is complete. We opened up public comment on May 13th. It is out for review through a couple of different avenues. One is on a website. It's lakecountyprt.com. You can view the document both in PDF or directly. You can provide comments on there through the program that's available. You can also review and email comments to parks@lakecountyca.gov. We also have hard copies at all 3 libraries and right outside in the foyer here. So a variety of options to review. The next step after completion here and after we consolidate comments both from the board and the public is that we move ahead from there. We'll come back to your board for an official adoption, but there's already work underway as appropriate for park planning and recreation and trails planning. One example is that we're in budget not budget prep season. We've already prepared the budget at the department level, and that's submitted into you for just a few weeks from now. We'll be considering the budget. So included in that budget is a lot of the information from here. Recreation programmers, recreation staff, funding for recreation programs, trails. So there's a lot of a shift in how we're using our funding. So with that said, I wanted to indicate that the timing is good, certainly right before budget, so you can be aware of what's coming in. But I'll hand it over to Mindy, and she'll walk us through a summary of the plan. So Mindy, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Glad to be here, and thank you. So just Lars did an amazing job of introducing this. And I'll just say one other thing, which is this is really a 20-year plan that has a lot of actions that are going to be implemented throughout that time. And hopefully it's also a decision-making tool for the department and for you as you're going through this. So it will be able to be updated and refined as you go through those next 20 years. Obviously things change, but hopefully it should be a guiding document that really helps to do that. And as Lars said, we're really thinking about this presentation today. We'll go over a very brief highlights of the plan, just so to orient around that. And then we're going to focus in more on sort of the recommendations, so you kind of know what sort of the end result is. And then also re-provide those links that Lars mentioned. But I'm going to have Haley start us off by going over the process and some of the key pieces on community involvement.
Thank you. Next slide. So this is our process as Lars began to lay it out. We started in fall 2022, and there are three main parts of the phases of the project. So we started with an existing conditions and visioning. So we wanted to get a good sense of what the current state was and what the community's vision for a future Lake County parks, recreation, and trails. So we started with community engagement, and there's community engagement throughout, and also gathering data and looking at trends and things like that. And then we moved to the needs, opportunities, and strategies phase. So again, going back to the community, talking a little bit more in specifics about what they'd like to see in their parks and their trails and recreation, and then developed a set of recommendations that we again brought back to the community and back to our steering group, committee and work groups, and then all culminated into a draft plan, and then in spring and a final Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the plan structure. As Mindy said, I'll just go over briefly the different sections. So we have an executive summary that summarizes the plan, a chapter about the community-driven vision, what the goals and how we got there, community needs that lists out those high-level community needs that were identified, as well as park development guidelines, a chapter about climate and resiliency and the role of parks and recreation in that, and then recommendations, policy recommendations, and then specific park facility and trail improvement recommendations, as well as a chapter all about implementation, because we want this plan to be implementable. And then we have appendices of prior planning documents. Next slide. So this plan was heavily influenced and driven by the community. So we just wanted to highlight quickly community engagement and numbers. So we had 2 online project surveys, and we made sure to have both online activities as well as in-person activities so that people could, contribute in a way that fit best for them. So in total, we got 668 survey responses. There was 4 meetings with our steering committee throughout that plan, and that was a group that represented the cities, arts and culture, trails, county departments. So that was really widespread. We had a project website that housed all of our materials, 3 tribal working group meetings, and we estimate that we reached over 800 community members throughout this process. Next slide. So this is the community-driven vision. So this is really what guides the whole plan. So the community vision is from lakes to peaks, parks, programs, and trails that offer healthy and fun recreational experiences for all, while honoring cultural heritages and conserving natural resources for future generations. And then the goals expand upon that and kind of influence how we're getting to that community vision. So activating our parks getting people to be in the parks and using them best, welcoming the entire community and providing things for everybody, creating parks that are a destination both for people around the county and for people outside the county, ensuring that parks are fostering climate resilience and sustainability, and also bringing people into nature. That people, both again in the county and outside the county, have awareness of what's available, and there's awareness of the culture of Lake County. Partnerships throughout the cities, the county, nonprofits, collaborations that are available there, and then stewardships of the parks and ensuring high levels of maintenance. Next slide. So in our defining community needs, we ensured that it was informed by a variety of things. So this is not just only talking to the community, also looking into, to trends around the country, what's needed in parks and facilities, what's needed in recreation. So these community needs were informed from a variety of things. Next slide. And these are some of the identified needs. I won't go through all of them, but a few that we wanted to mention was the idea of implementing a system-wide approach and making sure that there's connectivity, that people can get from their house to parks and do that in a way that's safe and gets them outside, that people feel safe in their parks and it's a place that they want to go. Prioritizing water access, obviously, a big part of Lake County is the water, so making sure that people have opportunities there. And then activating parks, making sure that we're bringing people into parks and not just providing a park, but giving them reasons to come and new activities that they might not have done before. Next slide. And then we have a chapter about climate resilience, so this is applicable to what you've been talking about previously. Recognize that there are wildfire, flood risk in Lake County, and making sure that the parks are part of the solution set to that, and that we aren't ignoring those things throughout planning, so integrating climate and resilience considerations throughout the plan. Next slide. I'll pass it over to Mindy.
Great, thanks, Haley. So the park development guidelines, these are sort of a level of policies that are designed by those goals that help to inform and support the staff's work going forward. So it talks about everything from how do we maintain our parks with a resilience in mind, so native plantings, regenerative landscaping, thinking about drought-proof and irrigation management, considering how to design a park so that it incorporates amenities for all ages, all places, things like how do we deal with dogs, how do we manage all sorts of different elements, all driven by, again, that community vision. It's a fairly comprehensive chapter, lots of detail in there, but hopefully that's the part that will help Lars and his department understand how to continue to maintain and build the department from a way that is consistent and easy to manage. Oh, and then I'm sorry, I'm actually on the policy development guidelines. This is on the park development guidelines, which is, and I'm going ahead of myself. This is also the same idea, which is how do we design our parks effectively? So thinking about that system of parks is we want to make sure that when we look at the entire county and we think about where the different residents and the visitors are, that they have a range of opportunities near them so that they don't have to go clear across the lake to get something that should be nearby them. So thinking about that, thinking about the different size, the function of every park, how does it contribute to the neighbor's ability to have a playground or a skate park or other elements that will engage them in different ways. But also, again, that design aspect of how do you design interesting parks? How do we start to build the character of the lake and the community in each of our parks? So thinking about art and culture as an element that we want to bring into the parks. Next. This was the policy recommendations I was mentioning. So this is the detailed piece about how we actually are going to manage those. And so again, those are organized by each goal, and there are detailed pieces for every single one of them. So this first goal is on activate. You're gonna hear a lot about this because this is a big new thing for Lake County, is how do we activate our parks through recreation programming. So part of this plan is to be very positive, forward, community embracing. And what I mean by that is there are some security concerns, there were safety concerns in some of the parks that were expressed, both from the department and from others. What we want to do is more eyes, more people in the parks means safer, welcoming, better parks. So how do we change over that and make people safe? We want to bring them into the parks and activate them. So that's a big part of what we're talking about today, and you'll hear on and on. But that's like the idea that we're both the amenities in the parks and the programs together create a greater than the whole is a big part of this. Next slide. So the other thing is that we went park by park and identified specific recommendations that should happen over time. So it's as simple as we should add a bike rack or a water station, or it might be create a walking path to connect them more effectively. We looked at trails, and one of the things that we built this entire project on was the Canocti Trails Plan. We used that as a baseline and then looked at where the gaps were, and we worked with a trail committee as well to sort of identify what are the actual needs for trails, and a lot of it is around the lake. It's where people can't access them. We have lots of great parks that have trails out in the woods, but what can we do within the actual Lake County Park? So there's a lot of discussion about how do we prioritize the trails for people and filling in those gaps. There's also a whole section on new parks and recreation destination facilities that we added into this. Next slide. So a couple of those new parks was we looked at that system of parks again. Where were there some gaps? So Cobb Mountain was one of the areas that definitely was underserved. So there's a new Cobb Mountain Park identified. The new Riviera's local park is another new one. The Blue Lakes Park, a destination mountain bike park, which is thinking of the new land that the county has acquired, and thinking about how to create a community asset. Again, that system is we don't have a mountain bike park here, so how can we create a community-wide asset? Things like splash pads and splash grounds at some of the parks to help when the lake is not available, but it's hot, people want to use those. How can we create that? An equestrian center, indoor aquatic, and the community center, which is part of the GFPA that Lars has been working on. Next slide. So implementation, a lot of the times when we think about parks plan, we think of just the parks. And there's an animation here, so I'm going to have you go through. But what we've done here is there's a lot more around this plan than just thinking about the parks. I think there's one more. It's the idea, again, activating the parks with programs. So recreation programs are probably the number one thing that this department can do moving forward to serve the community, serve visitors, and make those parks even better. That's a huge piece. It's not a capital cost, it's a people cost, right? Continuing the really high quality maintenance. They've already done an amazing job making sure that as new parks come on, that's supported, because that's one of the values that people have. When we look at those surveys, maintenance is a key thing. Connecting people. The residents want to be able to get to those parks. They want to use those parks. And also when we have visitors in town, where can they go? How do they know about a park that they can go? They can take their kids, or someone wants to take a nice walk near the lake. Where are those? We want to make sure that we're connecting people to that. This idea of building a department, right now they have had, they're an amazing crew right now, but there's a lot here. It's a big county, huge opportunities and a lot of needs. So having a department with staffing that can do that recreation, staffing to help with volunteers. So we know, hey, volunteers, let's get all those people in here to help us with trails, help us with this and that. Somebody needs to manage those volunteers, and it's an important and a key job. Communications is another big piece, both cross-departmental with all the partners. We had amazing working group sessions with the tribes, and there's an opportunity there to connect further, have programs together, and have a lot more interaction, as well as we have state parks here. We have BLM lands. We have all these other participants in the county who we need to have communications and partnerships that takes people and time to manage those and make sure that they work really well. And finally, thinking about all of our parks, all our facilities, and thinking of the recreation piece and how do we manage and develop those policies and fees that are fair, affordable, but also help to generate funds to pay for some of those things. So thinking about that. So this plan is, again, much larger than just thinking of a park. It's all the ancillary elements around it. Next slide. So again, I'm going to go through this activating parks because I can't say enough about that, which is one thing we want to make sure is if within the first year is to start the programming of parks. And the programming of parks is everything from a yoga class in the park to bike ride, how to ride your bike. It could be movies in the park. It could be a food truck in the park. It's all different things that are going to bring people into those parks. And part of that is staffing. So having a full-time program, volunteer, and partnership coordinator who can help bring all those great, passionate people out in the community to help with the parks. But we need somebody who's going to coordinate that, who's going to work with other contractors, other providers who can use the parks as a facility for those programs. That's a really, really critical piece of the pie. And then how can we work with county staff, like library and the museum have staff who are there? So can we also leverage those? So looking at those internal partnerships as well. Continuing to coordinate with the JPA, the LCRA, and work with all the cities. And then again, as I mentioned, working with those tribal governments to develop a cultural event to continue to build and expand those partnerships and relationships with Indigenous communities. Next slide. So I'm not going to try and go through this eye chart, but we have in the plan identified the first program priorities for the parks. We have the basic order of magnitude cost for each one of those items to help in that first year to get the plan going. We're going to recommend that this is updated every year. So once we kind of say, check, we got this done, that updates, and we're using the plan as the guide to get those forward. And I think these are some of the things you'll probably be seeing in your budget request coming up. Next slide. And it's a two pieces of the same thing. I don't think it went to the next slide. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'll just finish us here and open it for questions. As Lars said, the plan is out for public comment until May 31st, so we welcome you to go into there as well, and all of the community members to do that. It's available at the URL that's identified up on the counter, and I think that's it.
Great, and Mindy, as I knew you would do a great job, so thank you for that. And I want to close before questions from the board just by saying two quick things. Activate recreation programming. Seems like something was happening on the screen behind. All right. Anyways, it's already underway. It is in public services area of responsibility, and it's in our charge to have that done. So, we are working toward a recreation program, a robust program, but we're getting to the starting line. So, to say that we're trying to get to the finish line, we're already doing the work to get us to the starting line. So, we're working towards bringing out some programming this summer. It'll be at a very low level, but we're working in coordination with the two cities to get something out, and we can only build from there. The last thing that I want to say is just a big thanks to I'll say one particular person, but one particular team, and that's Brendan Full and his team of parks maintenance workers. They're the ones boots on the ground, making those parks, keeping those parks what they are, and they take personal pride and bring a very robust skill set and a lot of hard work to those to your parks. So I wanted to specifically say thank you to him for really carrying this out. So thank you, Brendan, to you and your team. So with that said, happy to have any questions and look forward to that. Whether that's specific comments here and now or just ideas and closing it out on the 31st. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for the hard work that it's taken to bring it to this final destination. Looking forward to all the comments that we receive. Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I just want to say that I really appreciate you dusting off the Konocti Regional Trails Plan and incorporating it in such a big way. It wasn't that long ago when it was parks and trails. And now it's fully integrated with recreation, We've had a lot of really wonderful conversations at the Lake Rec meetings. We're really excited about hearing more about those programs during budget times, because it's just a really great way with the activating of the park to engage communities, to have more users of our parks, and to build credibility with Lake Rec and the program. So I'm super excited for you to unveil those, Lars. I know you've been hinting at a lot of things, so I can't wait to see what they look like. And really excited to see a lot of the different dedicated use trails. We know that there's a lot of trail conflict, and there's been a lot of lessons learned as over the last 30, 40 years, when you have equestrians and pedestrians and mountain bikers using trails at different times. So I was really happy to see that there's some designations. And there are a lot of best practices out there to make sure that we are all using trails with the best etiquette available to us, and making sure that we're ambassadors and advocates for more trail development. I will say that I spent the last 2 weekends at Six Sigma, where several thousand families from all the way south as San Luis Obispo are regularly visiting our county and are coming here to experience one of their favorite places. I spent the last couple of days scrolling through all the kids' social media from all over the region, and they love coming here. And so when you've got those families coming here, they're invested in this destination. And so the more we can do to expand, then we'll have them coming back throughout the year, which is a really big deal. So that's why Klaus Park is such a big deal. The Mount Konocti trails are such a big deal, and more development at Highland Springs. And I think there was a picture of maybe a possible pump track at Trailside, which would be super awesome. Because another thing that we learned at our RCRC meeting in the fall was that these are the assets that encourage development and economic development, but you have to have availability and access for all user levels. And sometimes advocates can get in their mind that we want to build hard things or challenging things, but really you want people to be able to access with whatever they have. If it's, walking is a wonderful way to access. You don't need any fancy equipment, but there's full equity across all of these assets. So I am very excited. I think this has been a wonderful investment. So I'm really excited to work towards implementation in the next, I've got a couple big projects in my district, and I know a lot of the community members and constituents are equally excited.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
Great job. My eyes are swimming through this report in real time, and for those who haven't looked at it, go to lakecountyprt.com. There is a draft plan there, and it is chock full of reading material. And one thing I'm struggling with, as you probably were throughout this process, is there's so much. Lake County is home to such a wide variety of wonderful parks and recreational opportunities and trails, but connecting the dots and funding, not just holding the line, but possibly expanding recreational access in certain areas. There's a lot to unpack in here. So it's very excellent in terms of identifying existing resources, potential programming needs, and all that good stuff. And we're not here today to parse through the follow-through, but there's a lot here. Director Ewing would be the first to acknowledge the resources we have are probably inadequate to what our existing footprint is, and when we talk about expanding that footprint, whether through his department or the recreation agency or some combination thereof, it's like, where do you focus? So in my district, I focus on Highland Springs, and I appreciate the incorporation of that recreation area in this master plan. if only because we don't have a separate master plan out there. But Highland Springs also kind of highlights some of the difficulties, depending on whether you're looking at in this report, it's either 3,200 acres or 2,500 acres, and only 100 acres of that is developed. So if we were to take a look at that and develop a master plan specific to Highland Springs, are we focused on the 100 acres that gets the most intense use of? What do we do with the broader territories that have trail inventories but maybe not a lot of support? So thank you. I think this is a very valuable baseline for plotting our future charts, but it also concerns me because going back to Highland Springs, we've had unmet needs there for 25 plus years, and this identifies some potential options to get us in a better place, but I wouldn't know where to begin. And as soon as I said, let's do this for Highland Springs, I'm sure my colleagues are going to say, well, what about this, that, and the other? And we need kind of a systematic approach to tackle all of these subjects. So this is a very worthy and important first step. Again, if you have ability to comment, please go to lakecountyprt.com and take a look at this. But I still need time to digest this fully, and I'm hoping we'll see some follow-up items so that we can do some action on this.
Vice Chair Crandall?
Yes, I know that it's been a while, Lars, and I know you've been wanting to lay this out and you've been working on it. I do like in reading all the parks and around the lake for sure, but I know the ones in the district, there's like some other ideas that I see, and then others will be able to comment. And I just really, I like the direction it's going. I appreciate it, and yeah, this is a big document, but I think it's important if it's going to lay out how we're going to move to the future. And so, again, good work, thank you, and I'll make sure we get this out so people can make more comments.
So I will say that this is quite a large amount of information to go through, and I appreciate that. I actually learned that there's a Helen Mitchum. I didn't know it was called Helen Mitchum Park.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. That was bad on my part to not know that, but it's just, you always learn something new. One of the things that, so I love it, but I will agree with what Supervisor Green said is what's first, what's second, what's third, and I think that's going to come down to what's brought to us when it comes to our budgets. And I hope that we can look at it from a position of equity and a position of health needs. Our community is not healthy when it comes to overall state health metrics, and I think our parks are an opportunity to change those things. And so I think if we look at it through the lens of equity to make sure that there's access in certain areas, if there's not, we should probably focus there. If there's specific regions where we know health metrics are much lower and parks can help and provide that access to exercise or whatever, then maybe that's something we should focus on. So I think as we move forward, there needs to maybe be, I don't know about a criteria, but I think we need to think through why are we prioritizing this, what's not in that location versus what sounds the best. And so I think that as we move forward, we will identify what exactly will be prioritized on this list rather than looking at all 28 parks at the same time and trying to figure out how to move them all forward. There is one part, and I do see it sprinkled all over. The climate resiliency spoke to flooding and fires, but I didn't really speak about drought. And I did see it in a couple of parks where there might be a reduction of lawn or things of the kind, but to me, especially during extreme droughts, we should be the leading example for our community that green space is not always the most appropriate thing. And so I don't want to change anything what's in the report, but it's just something I want to highlight that I think eventually we're going to have to find a way to make that green space still available for recreational purposes, but not necessarily be turf or lawn. I think the state of California is already heading in that direction, but eventually we're going to have to figure out how to transform our parks or parts of our parks to be less heavy water, have such heavy water needs. I think that's part of the resilience that I was looking for when I looked at climate change, more so than the flooding issues or the fire issues. But other than that, I love the fact that we have such a broad array of parks and activities to take on in those parks in our communities, and those are the types of things that I think attract people and want to come back and continue to live here. So,
great. If I can comment really quick, it's a little interesting that of the two parks that were mentioned, those were two that are coincidentally enough, not public services parks, they are county parks. Highland Springs and Helen Mitchum Park are both managed, they are the only two parks, county parks that are managed by other departments. So, so I guess my work is done, and you can go talk to the other. But nevertheless, I do want to emphasize that this plan is, it is high level, provides recommendations of individual parks, but by no means is it a master plan for each park. That's a separate. What I'm recognizing is that that's a separate, same term, master plan, but certainly a different endeavor. So any of the recommendations that may be in there are just that. They'd be recommendations that would need to be vetted out further. And on the drought piece, I just want to comment that I'm fairly certain that is embedded in some of the recommendations for design and maintenance, that needs to be considered when we go to design any new parks or redesign existing parks, that water use and drought tolerance is a big component of that. So while it may not be in the climate resilience piece, I think it is embedded elsewhere.
Yeah, I'll just add to that because I think that it's actually something I'm really passionate about as well. And so recommending removing as much turf as possible is one of the actually recommendations in that policy section I mentioned. So yeah, I think we're right there, and maybe we can highlight it even more in that climate piece. But yeah, you're absolutely going to see that. And I think one thing I'll just add too on the equity, health, and a couple other things, that one of the things that's exciting about bringing in recreation is that it is a relatively low-cost way to target and go and connect with communities throughout on equity and health. And I think that's something that you can have a space, but if you're not bringing the programming to that space, you can't serve those communities. And so this is a great opportunity to expand services without the high level of capital costs in many ways. So I think that's a really exciting piece of this, which is not only that activation, but it's also this very flexible, mobile mechanism that the county will have to serve a lot of people.
There is a time and a place certainly for turf, so I don't want to indicate that we wouldn't be including it. So
it's hard to play soccer on a non-turf.
Oh, you got to have your soccer field, right?
I say that because we're reviewing design plans for a park that includes turf, and so I wouldn't want to be coming to the board with a project that includes turf, and here you are trying to balance. Well, hang on, we were just talking about needing to reduce that, but there's a balance there.
Yeah, there's a place and time for it, absolutely. My last comment, and I apologize if I just didn't see the details, but there's very specific identified areas of focusing on the trails. I did not notice, and maybe I missed it, the connection of maybe out-of-county trails or connections to our national monument. Not sure if those are things I missed. I know I've been on some calls with the National Monument, the BLM, when they talk about trails. We've talked about Davis out in the city of Clear Lake connecting out, which is really strange that the entry point for a trail would be right next to the landfill, but it's the best direct access we have. But I know that there was also some conversations about the Walker Ridge area connecting, and even some other roads up in the Lucerne Hills area. And I just want to make sure that we can connect to trails that already exist so that we can truly expand what we have.
Yeah, my comment to that really is that the Conocta Regional Trails Plan, which is still a valid document, and we started this project not with the intention of replacing that, but with augmenting it, and that's the regional trails perspective. It certainly focused on recreation, but it provided a large component of connectivity between both for transportation purposes, but also connectivity between parks or state, federal, or county. So the focus that we had was what do we have responsibility for? How can we do that on truly a recreation basis while still recognizing the KRT plan that does have a big vision for a lot of those connectivity-based trails.
And nonprofits that are operating over multiple counties, like Redwood Trail Alliance.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just very quickly. You're right. Highland Springs, not your division. I apologize.
Oh, that's fine.
And yet it's there. Also not in this report, Clear Lake State Park here in the House. Thank you for attending. There are some, especially when we start talking about funding opportunities, linkage between trail systems and stuff like that. I know it was outside the scope of your study to also address state and forest, federal properties within Lake County, but there are opportunities for linkage in particular. So if nothing else, I'm not going to put you on the spot to make comment on this, but this master plan process is great. The state park is going through their master plan process right now. Hope to hear about that sooner than later someday. But there are some linkages, if only to look for sources of funding. And if we can have shared purposes, multi-jurisdictional planning going on, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
So didn't see that specified in here.
And I wanted to include those two parks, the county parks that are non-public services, because it's a county plan. It's not a public services plan. So we did work with Water Resources and special districts, and Jared here from Clear Lake State Park, yes, with the general plan. And I appreciate his delay of his first stakeholder meeting for the general plan with state parks that was scheduled for right now, or 10 to 12. And he, I think, wisely recognized that this plan, as well as a previous item at the board for Hitch, played a big factor in the future of Clear Lake State Park. So yeah, we're working with him. I look forward to being on the stakeholder list with his planning effort, and looking to how both at a local level, Clear Lake State Park and Mount Konocti Park, but also Clear Lake State Park and the entirety of the county park system. How does it interrelate, and how can we collaborate together? So yes, that the partnerships are there at the state park level. We need to foster that. I would suggest more with the federal partners, but nevertheless at the state park level, I'm looking forward to that.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, appreciate the plan. A lot of information, a lot of good stuff. Connectivity, you said it earlier, getting those folks. We're finishing up a multi-use path in Middletown. We need one to go out to Trailside Park. Connectivity from Hidden Valley to Middletown. People riding their bikes on the road, people walking through town. Still a situation, it's pretty dangerous there. But looking at that connectivity opportunity, is something down the road. So fully support everything in here. It all comes down to funding. I would like to see some type of opportunity for donations or something. You go out to the park, maybe a QR code, and you could donate, while you're out here. I don't know, but I always know it's the funding opportunity. But when you go out and enjoy these places, you don't mind giving a couple bucks here and there,
Yeah.
just to continue things going. I don't know if we could ever consider something like that for our county parks, but I think we should, because you really enjoy this when you go out for the family, whether it's you're walking out there or just out for a party or something, doing your part to help support it. Is really important. But I think the connectivity issues are very important. The health matrix are really important as we continue to build them out. And then co-stewardship opportunities with the tribal governments here, the funding that is out there too, and the opportunities as we move forward. As you know, and I always say this, most of these, the state parks or national parks, were our tribal homelands. And yeah, they were beautiful. That's why we were there. It had everything you needed. But that co-stewardship opportunity and conversation happening, I think you have 7 nations here in Lake County. When we're talking about funding collaboration opportunities, I think there's a real unique opportunity for Lake County to build these things out and to bring money in, because as government agencies from tribes, we have opportunities. We just don't have the size of the land to do a full park structure or those types of things that we could co-stewardship or, pass through dollars to the county to help build these things out in collaboration, as I saw a bunch of the photos in there where the tribes could collaborate on things. So I think it's a great opportunity. And the more and more I see the parks around the lake and in South County developing, and Cobb Mountain are going to be unique opportunities, because hopefully the Cobb and the Boggs Forest, all of that stuff just combined together gives us a real unique opportunity. And I don't want to get off subject, but I probably will. Konocti, you hear people hiking Mount St. Helena, hike Mount Konocti. We got to get that. That's a beautiful, beautiful place up there. I think it's neat too to connect the seniors like we were doing through LTA, where we were taking the bus trips up so seniors could get up there. Because how can you live in this county your entire life and not be on top of that mountain? It's powerful, it's beautiful, and to understand that. So I'm excited about this, but funding is always the issue. I'd really like to see if we could look into a donation opportunity at our parks and recs when we're out there visiting them. So that's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Let's go ahead and open up for the public. Anyone in the public wish to make a comment on this item? Come on up to the microphone. I almost don't recognize you without the beard.
Thank you. I just want to really thank Lars's team and Blue Point for a stellar community engagement opportunity. We were honored as Blue Zone's project to be invited in to support and really to see the brain trust focusing on accessibility to all ages. As you know, you've heard us do our song and dance on well-being. Natural movement, getting out and recreating is really key. Bruno, you stole my thunder with our health metrics, but we have Blue Zones is supporting tobacco cessation and moving away from tobacco in the county because of our high use rates. We are supporting food systems and better nutrition. On a personal level, I believe that nature cures, and where else in California do we have some of the most spectacular natural amenities so accessible, and it's juxtaposed with our negative health issues, but that's changing, and thanks, board, for being part of that momentum. Intentionality and planning, we're behind on some things, but we can leap forward through this kind of model of intentionality and planning and inclusiveness, and what a privilege to see the innovation, the investment, and the welcome. Just absolutely thrilling and amazing and exciting to see in the next couple of decades how this plays out. And, I grew up in Sonoma County, and I love Lake County. I'm a bird watcher. That came up in the planning, hardcore. I love photographing flowers. I'm a plant nerd. So, yeah, let's see this. As some people said, bring them in to recreate and then go home. I know we want people to move here too, but super exciting. Thrilled to see it all, and thanks to your team. Thanks.
Hardcore bird watching.
Two binoculars.
Two different sets of binoculars. Please, come on up.
Joan Moss. I want to put in a wonderful praise for Lars for keeping the Middletown pool going. Whenever I'm in Middletown, I kind of take a dip. It has very reasonable rates, and it's just so crowded. And everybody's happy. And he keeps it going and going and going. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else have a comment? Let's start with the Zoom room. We have two folks with their hands up. Betsy Kahn goes first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all from Public Services. I have looked at the plan. I will be submitting comments, but they're all pretty favorable because it's a beautiful document, really beautifully done. I just wonder if you could provide information on how to reach the recreational agency. I don't see it listed in the boards, commissions, and committees appointed by the Board of Supervisors. So could you tell us how that agency meets and how to get information about it, please?
If your board would like, I can answer that. So the Lake Rec, or the Lake County Recreation Agency, meets monthly. Those public meetings are posted through the cities. The city staff they share the responsibility of hosting those. One month it'll be in the city of Lakeport, 1 month in the city of Clear Lake. It's a baby organization, so we don't have an actual presence. We don't have a website. We're working on the marketing. We're working on getting that presence out there. So I think, Betsy, to answer your point, and anyone else who's listening, if you're looking for information, that your best, I would direct you to either, well, to me. I'll say that. Reach out to me, and then we'll go from there.
And I believe there's two separate committees. One is the one you just mentioned, which is the JPA. We also have a Lake County Parks and Rec. They just have not met in some time, right?
Correct. Yeah, there is an advisory board that we have been on pause pending the recommendations of this master plan. That there is some reference to that with some recommendations of how to revise that. So yes, two separate entities. One is obviously a separate joint powers authority, and then the other is an advisory board to your board.
Right. Thank you. Next, Samantha Bond.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Samantha Bond, Executive Director for First Pipe Lake. I just want to take the opportunity to appreciate the building out of parks and community spaces for our families here in Lake County. I did note within the master plan, but I didn't hear it in the presentation. So I just want to elevate that we are ensuring that our parks and recreation centers and our trails do have accessibility for all. That includes and is not limited to our bathrooms having changing tables, both men and women's side, for not only our littles, but also those who may be of different abilities. And I just highlight that because that was something that was brought up in a couple of meetings that I have attended. It is something that I would love to see moving forward. And as we're building other recreation centers that have indoor spaces, if we can consider also having breastfeeding or chest feeding spaces for those individuals who need that space outside of those. So just a couple of thoughts, but I really love this. I think this is great, and I look forward to seeing it grow in the next 20 years.
Thank you for your comment. We have another hand. Betsy, do you have another comment?
No, sir. Sorry, I left my hand up. Apologize.
No worries. Just want to make sure everybody gets their time. I see no further comments in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. And obviously, we're waiting for the 30-day public comment period to be done.
Yeah, less than 30 days. Yeah, it was an opportunity for board input. Yeah, no action through this other than direction to staff.
Perfect. Thank you so much for all the work, and looking for, missed it.
One last super quick question. If there was one constructive criticism, and it may be inputs, it seems boating and fishing may be slightly underrepresented in this. Do you feel like you have good input from our boating and fishing communities, or can we take advantage of the last 2 weeks to do some outreach? Definitely it's critical to tourism, but also we have very diverse user groups. And again, coming back to funding, if we had good buy-in and emphasized boating access, stuff like that, in particular boat ramps that may need some dredging. So do you feel satisfied with the amount of input you've gotten from boating and fishing advocates?
I'll answer this, and I'm going to let Lars maybe follow up on it. But I feel like we have, boating access and lake access is a theme that is really important in the plan. So we really highlight that need, that there's a lot of spaces and a lot of parks individually that need ramp improvements and boat access, kayakers, and so forth. So we have embedded that. But I'm going to go to you because you're going to know better how you feel about that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take it as an opportunity to reach out during the time that we have to the fishing community and get some direct input. Whether they provided that over the last 18 months, we certainly had participation on the steering committee and others that fished. Let's put it that way. But whether they represented the fishing community is a different thing entirely. So I'll take that opportunity to reach out to them. I know the person who will be up here in my chair here soon for the next item is a fisherman himself. So I can ask for his. I think he's sitting right behind me. So there's a lot. Yeah, that was not that was emphasized. I will tell you by a few members. One in particular was Greg Giusti. That was an emphasis that he had that needs to be recognized. That it is a community here, and we need to support it.
And I'd say until the public comment period is over, that every opportunity to get more comments, no matter how well represented the comments may already be, should be welcomed, because they'll just add to what we have.
Yep.
One final comment, and I know you said this, Lars, about your staff and everything and taking care of the parks. I just want to thank your entire department working on this. We have a lot of parks. There's always things that happen, but they're out there working, rain or shine, in the heat. They're doing everything we need. We just had a great event for the Middletown Senior Center, the chili cook-off there. Park was in great condition. I just want to say thank you very much. So every opportunity we have to do that. All of our employees are excellent, but you're in here today, so thank you. I know Lars said it, but I want to say it too.
Thank you for that.
And I hate to, add on to that. I'm going to jump on that, Moak, because every time I go to like meetings in Sacramento with RCRC or other places, they travel, the folks that are on northern side of the coast always travel through Highway 20. Other folks travel through Highway 20, and they always have good things to say about our parks. So I wanted to make sure you all heard that as well.
It's hard not to notice them. They're beautiful. They are. They are. Thank you so much for the work, and looking forward to this being completed, so we can
Thank you.
get going on the actions.
Thank you all.
So I'm looking at Director De Leon. Can we get this done in 20 minutes? He's saying yes. Is the board okay with continuing with the next item? All right, let's go ahead and move forward.
Good.
This is our 11 o'clock item. Consideration and presentation of the Soda Bay Corridor Evacuation Route Planning and Maintenance Grant Project, and B, consideration and approval of the Soda Bay Corridor Evacuation Plan prepared by Headway Transportation Consultants. And I'm just going to have a quick pause. I know we have other staff in the room that are waiting their items. We will take a lunch and come back at 2 o'clock, and we'll go ahead and take up those other items at that time. Thank you for your patience. Director De Leon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott De Leon, Public Works Director. Yes, I will make every effort to be brief. We have a two-part item for you today. First is simply a presentation and information about the grant that we just completed. And then part B is a presentation by Headway Transportation, who was one of the consultants that worked on this project. And she's going to present the evacuation plan that was developed. And then finally, as part of that, Part B, we are asking your board to take action in approving that plan. So you can, I'm not going to read each slide. This is just for general information. These are the project partners. CAL FIRE and California Fire Safe Council was who we got the grant through. Public Works clerk played a huge role in this, and we'll talk just briefly about that. I mentioned Headway Transportation. They were the consultant that prepared the evacuation plan, Canocti Fire Safe Council, and all of the HOA representatives from the various subdivisions along the route. This is a map of the route. It's basically from Clark Drive at the far west end of the corridor, and then it extends through the communities of Soda Bay, through Buckingham, Riviera West, past Canocti Harbor. You can see there in the center of the corridor, and then out Point Lakeview Road was the defined Soda Bay corridor and all the communities that are attached to that. The goal was to create a plan to remove hazardous vegetation. Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Here are the project objectives. Develop an evacuation plan for the entire corridor, perform hazardous vegetation removal, targeting trees that could fall on the road and block the corridor. The corridor is basically one way in, one way out, depending on which direction you're trying to travel. So we really targeted trees that could block the route. There was a small component of the project where the county was purchasing a masticator head for the use by County Road Department to perform vegetation maintenance, and the total grant funding was $380,000. Our strategy for completing the project, following the county consultant selection process, we hired Headway Transportation to complete the evacuation plan. We contracted with CLERC, the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, to manage the hazardous vegetation removal portion of the project. If you recall, we brought an item to your board to contract with them directly. They have significant experience managing multiple grants, millions of dollars worth of grants for very similar projects. And we were lucky enough to bring them on board, and they did a fantastic job managing that portion. And then, of course, the county purchased the masticator, and the background photo that you see there, and I'm gonna provide a couple of example photos, but the background photo that you see there is some finished work using that masticator head. Some of the details, clerk completed the removal of 107 hazardous trees along the corridor, which is approximately 16 miles in length. There was a tremendously collaborative effort between the Canocti Fire Safe Council, the HOA representatives, and clerk through the identification of the trees, contact with the property owners, obtaining rights of entry. It was a fantastic effort. Headway Transportation, again, is going to present following this short presentation. And then we are about 60% complete on the vegetation management in the corridor. And finally, a few photographs. The one on the right is an example of a dead or dying large tree that is very near to the roadway. If that were to fall during an evacuation event, you can imagine the trouble that would present, folks trying to get out or emergency folks trying to get in. So those are the types of trees that we targeted. And then the picture on the left is that tree has been removed. Some examples of the clearing work that was done. The picture on the left is Point Lakeview Road. If you can imagine the brush that you see on the left side of the roadway there, that extended right down to the edge of pavement. So there quite a bit of clearing there on both sides of the road. And then the picture on the right is a portion of Soda Bay Road, right where it turns into Highway 281, and some of the work that was done there. And I guess that's it. I think in closing, one of the things that I think this project was successful, but I think more importantly, it really fostered a lot of community involvement, and it has been kind of the kickoff to a number of other projects. The state's doing a lot of work. Clerk continues to do a lot of work. There's an effort through the APC for evacuation plans, countywide evacuation plans. So I really believe this project kicked off and created a lot of energy around this type of work. And relatively small, if you think about, it's only 107 trees considering the total number of trees that probably need to be taken out. But again, it started a revolution, if you will, on this. So I'm be happy to try to answer any questions. I don't know if there's anyone from any of the agencies that we've mentioned, clerk or the Fire Safe Council, that I don't know if anyone's online or that would like to speak. I'll also recognize Terry sitting in the audience, also just a tremendous resource and help through the entire process. So.
Well, I think through this collaborative effort, we all, now we can see that we have so many more opportunities to work together, to co-write these grants together, to implement. It just hadn't been done before, and we were always talking about capacity, and this way we were able to leverage everyone's strengths. And it's kicked off a lot. And so I want to thank you, Scott. I know you always have a lot on your plate, but you made this a priority. And we were able to bring in the partners that we know can deliver. And now we've built out that network now that we have in our county. So this is a really good template for us to move forward collaboratively.
Thank you. Yeah, I drove through the corridor this morning, and Public Works crews are out there working hard with the masticator head. Tara was in the Black Forest area getting ready to do some work. So, yeah, just...
In the CAL FIRE Caltrans
yes.
masticator, too.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you.
It's a much safer community, and people can see it, and that's the most important thing. They want to know that we're doing work, and they want to be able to see it.
So that's the end of my presentation. Be happy to try to answer any questions. And I know Lauren Piku is on Zoom here and prepared to make a presentation about the evacuation plan.
If there's no pens up, let's go ahead and move on with the next presentation.
Hi, I'm Lauren with Headway. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you for having me here today to talk about the evacuation plan. It was certainly an honor to work on it. And Scott, do you have the presentation that you'd like to play? Or
It's about to be shared in a second.
Yeah, Lauren, we're about to have this queued up here, and I think we're ready. So if you want to just tell me when to advance, if you can see the screen there, we're on your first slide.
Yep, good to go. This is just the intro slide, so you can go ahead and advance that one. Okay, so we'll start with the plan purpose. This was a California Fire Safe Council grant funded effort, and we really collaborated on what we wanted out of this plan. And the main items were we wanted to provide the public with straightforward and key information with the goals of helping them to prepare their own personal evacuation plan. Certainly key to this was that we wanted multi-agency coordination, and we wanted to bring all of the partners together to talk about different strategies. We wanted to provide a guide for emergency responders that could be used in real-time evacuation decision-making. And that was everything from providing information on the roadway network, to providing maps, to providing potential pinch points, potential temporary shelters, and any sort of information that could be used in an emergency situation. Very importantly, we wanted to identify short-term and long-term improvements that could facilitate an evacuation. And that could be anything, and it was anything from roadway improvements, intersection improvements, continued efforts for fuel reduction projects, maintenance, and other community preparedness, ways to get out information, anything that could help to facilitate an evacuation. And we also wanted to provide resources to assist the public with education in terms of evacuation. We focused, our plan was more about evacuation, so it did not talk about things, like how to pack an emergency kit and things like that, but we provided the links and information to where the public could get that information. So you can go to the next slide. This was the plan area, which Scott talked about. It focused on Soda Bay Road, State Route 281, and Point Lakeview Road, and then specifically the communities and the intersections within that corridor. So you can move to the next one. We had a long list of stakeholders. Each stakeholder participated at different levels, but there was a multi-agency coordination, and then we also reached, and I'll talk more about the multi-agency coordination in another slide, but we also reached out to these stakeholders various times throughout the project for input, information, and they were all very helpful and a wealth of knowledge, so much appreciated to them. You can go to the next one. Public outreach. So key to this project was public outreach and making sure that we had lots of community engagement. We had two specific outreach events. The first one was towards the beginning of the project. It was in September of 2023. It was an in-person meeting. It was at the Riviera Heights Clubhouse. And the purpose of that one was a project introduction. So we wanted to inform the public that we were putting this plan together and just start collecting information. So we had a survey just to gather some information just, related to demographics, how, different members of the public were using the community roadway network, information on if you had a personal plan and how you receive information and prefer to receive information. And then there was an opportunity for just any public or just any comment, any suggestion, recommendation. Our next specific public outreach event was in February of this year. It was another in-person meeting, and that was to give the public a chance to review the plan and provide comments on it. So we had a public comment period that started in early February, so that people had a chance, and we released a draft copy of the report on the Lake County website. And we put out several mailers and information packets to try and inform the public that this draft plan was ready for review and that they could read it. From that point, they could either provide comments by clicking on a link and going straight to a place to put in comments, or there was a open house. And at that open house, we had copies of the report, we had maps out, and we had various team members around so that the public could come. They could watch a video presentation on what was in the plan. They could flip through the plan. They could go to a map. They could ask any questions. And there was an opportunity at that meeting to leave handwritten comments or to fill out an online form with comments. Okay. Also very important was we had a multi-agency meeting. This was conducted in June of last year, and this was an online meeting because we wanted agencies to have as much availability as possible to participate, and we invited everyone that you saw on that stakeholders list. Many of them attended. It was really just to get everyone in the same room and talk about evacuation. We had a kind of list of topics, but we also just let the conversation to go where it needed to go. Some of the main things that were discussed was just evacuation, communication, and strategies. If an evacuation was called, what agencies would fill which roles, how communication or how information was shared within the agencies, and then also with the public. And then we also sat down and talked about, okay, what are some short and long-term needs to make that roadway network more resilient, to facilitate an evacuation, or just to anything related to evacuation that could be a project. Okay, next one. So plan components, we do have a copy of the report. It's still on the Lake County website. It goes through many different, covers a lot of different topics in a lot of different areas. I'm just going to go through kind of some of the main ones. Of course, afterwards, I'm happy to talk about any more parts of the report specifically or go into any more detail, but just as an overview, the first thing it did in the first chapter was just talk about an assessment of the current protocols and procedures. And that's, for the public to be aware of too, just in the event of an evacuation, how is information shared? What is the general roles, responsibilities, and procedures that would happen? We also did an evaluation of the roadway network. And some of the key things we were looking for was areas with single access, any intersections that may be pinch points during an evacuation, any roadway vulnerabilities that we view as possibly being a hindrance during an evacuation. The report documents the multi-agency collaboration and the public engagement and all of the outreach comments and everything we got back from it. The report goes into a lot of the current initiatives that are underway because the Connecticut Fire Safe Council has done a tremendous effort already in talking to the community, getting information out, starting programs. So we wanted to make sure that we documented everything that was currently being done so it could help identify what additional things needed to be done. We have a section on vulnerable populations where we talk about the best ways to get information out to vulnerable populations, and then also some strategies to help these populations develop an evacuation plan. The report talks about alternate modes of transportation. One of the big topics that came up was the use of the lake and boats as a potential evacuation source. So we go through that and talk about transit, school buses, other modes other than just the single vehicle. And then we kind of end the report with a list of potential projects. We take every chapter and every section that we discuss in that report, and we put that together in a list of projects, and we identify what those projects could be. Are these kind of short, medium, long term, same thing with cost, and then some potential funding strategies for them. So we would go to the next slide. We try to include a lot of high quality graphics that again could be used for the public or both emergency responders, just maps of the community showing which of those areas and communities or neighborhoods had single access. Go to the next slide. We also just have a map of the corridor identifying what the evacuation routes are, what a potential contraflow section could be, and the report does talk a great deal about contraflow and the pros and cons and some strategies that should be considered for implementing contraflow. And it identifies the intersections as well. And then finally, as I discussed, we have a whole section on project recommendations. And those could be anything from very low cost and short-term projects that could be implemented very quickly to, of course, roadway projects, additional access projects, things that would be more long-term and higher cost, and then potential funding sources for all the projects. So I think that is the last slide. Yes, this is just a questions and thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions. I have a copy of the report pulled up on my computer. Scott, I don't know if you have one handy, but I'd be happy to answer any questions, go into any more details about some of the report sections.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Piku.
Lauren, thank you so much. You were a dream to work with. You covered everything. You came out for a couple visits, kept everybody on task. So I just can't say enough good things about our experience working with you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. I absolutely the same. It was a joy to work with everyone on this project.
Are there any other comments or questions regarding Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just maybe semantic, but various references kind of jump between collector and arterial. When we go looking for money to improve roads and stuff like that, I want to make sure the roads involved in this map, to my understanding, are all collectors, right? They're not arterials.
I believe so.
I think Soda Bay is an arterial.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'll just make a quick comment. It's got nothing to do with the plan itself, but I know in reading through it, one of the evacuation alternatives is the boats and utilizing the lake. Is Brados the only place that we have our Marine Patrol boats stationed at? I know we had to move them during the drought, and my belief and assumption is that is the primary spot that we place those boats. And if that's true, that seems not wise to place it in a place that has limited access if there's going to be a fire right there where we're asking for a boat rescue. And maybe we need to look at alternative placements and not just in the Brados area, just to make sure that, because I think our Marine Patrol would be the best. It would be awesome if we had the public helping out with those things too, but having our OES manage and trying to work on those things, but having your boats trapped behind a wall of fire and not being able to access it in an area that we obviously have identified as being a hard to access area during fires, hence the evacuation plan.
Just not trapped though, because you can still access it by water. So, I mean, OES and the sheriff and the flotilla were all very involved in the plan.
Well, I just wanted to make the comment that it would be nice to see multiple areas that we can put our boats in to ensure that there's a quick and easy access rather than waiting for someone else to come help us. But other than that, we need to have these plans in order to keep people safe and making sure that we're doing what we need to have the environment we require in these times. So, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, and not to belabor it, but just since you raised it, I think if there was any major area of concern in this, it's that boat or water-assisted rescue is not particularly feasible in any way. Even if we could get traffic down there, they'd be fighting the traffic, trying to get out of there. And then if you were to get down to Brados or something like that, limited land space that would shelter people while they were waiting for boats, and definitely a limited capacity for those boats that are down there to do any meaningful amount of evacuation. And I only highlight that because knowing that the boats themselves and the boat owners are not going to be adequate to do some type of Dunkirk operation, that doesn't mean we shouldn't consider the possibility and consider other things like floating docks that may be a little bit more effective as people movers. But it is what it is, and I appreciate that they did at least look at that alternate mode of evacuation. But
I'll say there was extensive conversations about this. And planning. So had you not been in the meetings, I can understand, but there were so many conversations about this. So this has been very thoroughly vetted in this report.
Thank you for your comment. And let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. I see nobody getting up. And I see no hands in Zoom, so bring it back. We need action on Part B.
All right, I move that we approve the evacuation plan for the Soda Bay corridor and surrounding communities dated March 15th, 2024, as prepared by Headway Transportation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 24 minutes, almost in time. We will take a lunch break and reconvene at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Piku. Continue where we left off. We had completed all of our timed items. We are going to start off with item 7.2, review and consideration of resolution amending resolution number 2023-117, establishing a position allocation for fiscal year 23-24, budget unit 1903, Department of Public Works, to provide for a limited term Public Works Director allocation. CAO Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you may recall, Public Works Director Scott DeLeon submitted his retirement work, and his last day will be June 28th. And you may also recall that last week you appointed Glenn March as the new Public Works Director. At that time, we had discussed overlapping for the transition between the positions. This resolution would allow that to happen. So when Glenn starts on June 3rd, he will have a few weeks with Scott DeLeon, both as directors. There's salary savings to fund it. It will end on June 30th, and then there will only be one position allocation for this position. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have a financial number attached to what the cost will be for the addition?
It was 12, I thought I wrote it down in there, 12,000.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Any questions or comments? The only comment that I had in reviewing this that I gave to the admin office was it would be nice just to help out staff, the public, and us to make sure we're going to the right places, is to maybe share a, help me out, org chart of where that individual fits in, so that we make sure to continue the right process of who we're accessing and who we're discussing things with.
Right. And if I may just briefly answer that, it would be like you have the board, the community, the board, comes down to director, and that'll just be shared. It'll be like a dotted line, so they're both directors for a limited term.
Okay. Let's open it up for public comment. I see no hands in Zoom, and I see no one getting up in the chamber. Bringing it back to the board for action.
For the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. All right, next we go to 7.3, consideration of amendment number 1 to the agreement between County of Lake and BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital Incorporated for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $175,000 for fiscal year 23-24, and authorize the board chair to sign. And Director Jones is here. Awesome.
Yes, just the way I like it. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board. This is the last amendment that we will be bringing forward for BHC Heritage Oaks, right, for hospitalizations. So you won't see any more cost increases again this year. Of course, next year we'll see them again. BHC Heritage Oaks happens to take a large proportion of our people who are needing an acute psychiatric bed. While we try to place people in a facility that accepts their type of Medi-Cal, whether they're an adult, a child, et cetera. It's not always possible. So the amount of money that we would get back from this varies. Amber, is this kids or adults mostly? Do you know?
It's mostly adults.
Okay, yeah. So with that said, adults tend to, for whatever reason, for a lot of reasons actually, we get less money back on services for adults, whereas people under the age of 21, we see more of it back. However, most of these services are going to be reimbursable between 50 at the lowest up to 90% in some cases. So that's the good news about this service. And it presently is accounted for in our budgeting through the end of the year in order to make the ends meet with what we have. We've done the math. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? All right, let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to comment on this item? Seeing no hands in Zoom and no one getting up in the chamber, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Chair, move to approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between County of Lake and BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, Inc. for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $175,000 for fiscal year 23-24 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. 7.4, presentation of billing and fiscal data from Lake County Behavioral Health Services and status of repayment to short-term loan from the general fund. Director Jones.
Yes, thank you again, board. Coming back, providing a regular monthly update. I'm joined here by our fiscal program manager, fiscal extraordinaire Amber Madero. We have attached several printouts of dashboards. Those are available from both the Department of Healthcare Services. Those dashboards from DHCS talk about all of the claims across California from July 1st onward. As your board may remember, CalAIM, as one of its requirements, had behavioral health payment reform. So it changed the entire payment methodology, billing system, everything about the way that we bill for services for all counties effective July 1st. And so it is clear when you look at that there's a large amount held up by the state and there's a little amount that's been paid out. And then if you look at the claims dashboard from CalMHSA, which is just talking about the 25-ish or so counties that are using SmartCare, there's also a clear discrepancy between what is showing as we are owed this in the system for services or claims and what we've been paid. So to date, we have received a total of, Amber, I'm looking at this spreadsheet that you've prepared. Will you walk us through what we've received so far for CalAIM claims, or however you want to break that down?
Yeah, I'll give them the data from the spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Easier.
We have received money.
So, a little bit.
A little bit.
So total recoverable charges under the SEDS program right now is 7.2 million. We've billed 6.25 of that. Total with payer decision, which means the claims have been adjudicated through the state and that we have been approved to receive payment, is 1.57 million, and we've received 1.47 million. So there's a just under a $5 million difference between what we've billed and what we've gotten back from the state for SEDS. For mental health, total recoverable charges is 10.10 million. We've billed 6.73 million of that. Total payer decision is 2.95 million. We've received 2.59 million of that. So again, it's about a $4 million difference between what they've approved to pay and what we've received back.
Thank you. And then, of course, looking at the statewide, you can see it's about $1 billion difference in those numbers. So right now, 58 counties are missing about $1.1 or $1.2 billion worth of Medi-Cal revenue for the specialty mental health and drug Medi-Cal programs. So our advocacy, thus far, we have connected with the lobbying firm with whom the county is contracted. They're doing, I suppose you call it reconnaissance, and getting information from other counties. which to date hasn't proven especially fruitful. Unfortunately, I suppose my opinion is that we're ahead of the curve in the fact that we were both a pilot county for the CHR and also really did a lot of preparatory work around payment reform and really utilized our resources and have been working very, very closely on this issue. I kind of suspect, based on informal interactions, mostly that I've had with other directors from other departments, that they aren't even necessarily having consistent conversations with their fiscal teams and may not even be aware of some of the challenges, which I know sounds ridiculous, but that's what my perception is. So I have this suspicion that in a month or two, counties are going to come looking for their $1.2 billion. Of course, our little share of that pie is, a few million, which is a big deal for us. But again, we're small potatoes compared to a lot of other counties that I'm sure are owed much more money. We've already discussed the fact that Sonoma County's decision has been not to pay contractors. It also could be for other counties that we're not aware of. I don't check in with every single other county, but that could be happening in other counties. We are having a meeting tomorrow with the Department of Healthcare Services Chief Financial Officer, as well as their Deputy over Behavioral Health, to talk about claims specifically related to payments for New Life Clinic. Actually, New Life and Pinoleville Nation reached directly out to the state, which we were in full support with, to say, hey, what's going on? And that prompted them to look into things and put together a meeting. So we're hopeful tomorrow to have more insight into DHCS's awareness of these challenges and a proposed solution. We have done everything on our end to push claims through. Everything that they've ever told us to do, we do it. So the fixes never seem to stick. So that's kind of where we're at. Any questions? I guess I could go on, but...
Thank you for the presentation, letting us know where things stand. I appreciate that. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
Just, I appreciate the various dashboards, and I appreciate the verbal report. I'm looking at it, and I got nothing. I can't connect the dots. So even the dashboard, I guess if you're a fiscal person, you could glean something off of that. And I'm looking at the top two dashboard documents. They don't do anything for me. The collective billing reports are a little more digestible, but I still don't claim to understand them. So I'm relying on your verbal report that we're making progress, but I can't really cite. I can't hang my hat on this dashboard mainly because I can't read it or understand it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
One thing to note too is that the Cal AIM dashboard and the Cal Mesa dashboard do not agree in amounts of money. So we're working with data that's probably inaccurate. As an update, we have received about $1.6 million in Medi-Cal mental health payments in the month of May. So it is starting to move, and it's starting to move at a larger amount, but it's not the pace that it should be at or that we're used to.
So I'm looking at our previous year month, and it may not have the exact same data, so it's not apples to apples. I appreciated the level of detail that you provided this time, including what's happening at the state, even though we truly care about what's happening here, but we know once the state starts to react, we might get some better changes coming our way. But it looks like it said that we are at about $4 million for mental health back in April, and now we're saying we're at about $5 million, if I heard correctly. So are we, because obviously there's the reimbursements and then there's the continued services that are being provided. So either it's sliding along and staying the same, sliding along and getting better. Am I reading that correct, that we have had an increase over the last month, maybe some payments, but not enough payments to cover the new costs? That's not going the right direction. And so right now we have a total of about $8 million, and I know that any agency based on reimbursement has that middle ground of we can support $4 million. Once we get past that, that's when we have to start figuring out what to do. Do you know what the typical amount is that you have out there that you've already been reimbursed, you're waiting on a certain amount, and you're creating more services?
Oh, that we're floating basically?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like the typical cost report of what you can handle.
That's a great question.
Because I know from when I worked at a hospital,
Yeah.
we were in the 2 million range for the department that I was in. That anything above that, we started to have to borrow from others, but we were able to pay for everything else underneath that. So just kind of curious so that we know where we're aiming for, because you're never going to reach zero. That's just an impossibility.
No, correct. No. Yeah, we can,
Let me pull up. Hold on one second.
it's millions.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, so on average, our vendor expenses, the average is about $500,000 a month. That might be a little bit more now because we've seen a lot more increase in services, especially our hospitalizations. I think a lot of that is due to our penetration rate with mobile crisis. So costs are going up, but an average would be about $500,000 just for vendor services.
We are seeing, it's hard to know, like there's the unknown unknowns, and that was I suppose, somewhat unanticipated consequence of the mobile crisis benefit, because while it was designed to divert people from hospitalization, what we're finding is that people who really needed that level of care now know about our services and are using them, who probably always needed that. So unfortunately, we've seen it drive our hospitalizations up because we weren't penetrating fully with our previous traditional crisis benefit. A lot of people probably weren't getting served so now that we have that, we're seeing the true cost, so to speak, of that service, and we can try to mitigate that. But there's a lot of sickness in our community. And so that's kind of the burden of this, is while we've been on this mode of expanding all of our services, it drives up costs that's not rocket science. So I don't see that trend, if we're really trying to do our community justice and provide services to everybody who qualifies and who needs services. It's not my goal to see costs go down. It's my goal to see reimbursements keep up. Right? So that it's kind of like a catch-22 kind of situation almost
It's
that we're
just
in.
a horrible timing on the state's
It
part
is.
to have this happen now with all the reforms that have happened and increased services that we've provided to. So, okay. I guess I have a tough question.
Yeah.
At what point do we, in the new fiscal year, sit down and look at mandated services versus unmandated services so we can get a better grasp of what I hate the conversation, but I think we have to have it at one point. Is that during our budget time? Is that after budget and waiting for the fiscal year to end?
I think now is the time to begin looking at that. I don't want to wait until we're there to figure out what our plan is. So we need to start planning for that now, unfortunately, of what that would look like.
Does the ODS model alleviate
Yes.
some of the pains?
Well-
And that starts in July?
Not in billing. It will create more Medi-Cal revenue for us because a lot of services that we pay for, we do out
Revenue
of
that we're
grant.
waiting on? Sorry.
Correct. No, so it puts, and overall that has been the Newsom administration's push for behavioral health entities, is you need to transition to Medi-Cal reimbursable services, period. Like, get away from all of these other, like the MHSA as a volatile funding source, which is fine, and I don't disagree if the system worked, right? And so that's the huge catch, that's the huge sticking point for me and many other directors, is that there's huge demands on behavioral health. There's a push for Medi-Cal reimbursable services, which we're all good with. And then there's no compensatory support on the other side to make sure that we get paid. So that's kind of the issue right now. But yeah, we're going to have to start planning now in our department to look at what a bare bones department looks like. Obviously the last services on the chopping block, so to speak, are those provided by our own staff. I don't think we want to get into layoff territory, obviously. Not even to speak the word out loud kind of makes me uncomfortable, but those are the last to go, right? It's our contracted providers, but that's also tough because we contract out all of our psychiatry services. And that's expensive, and we cannot fill that in-house.
I don't think there's any part of this conversation that is comfortable, and I think the last thing we want to do is take back any of the progress that we've made in the last few years. That was always the goal, and so that will continue to be the goal, but it becomes that much more difficult, especially if we're seeing it grow rather than shrinking. If we had gone from 8 million to 7 million, I'd feel a whole lot better. That's great progress, but going the reverse side is just makes it really difficult.
No answers.
We have not written a letter. We're fans of writing letters, but anything that can help you in your discussions, or if you feel there's a need of a board of supervisor, like an ad hoc committee of 2 supervisors to join your conversations with DHCS or anyone else, please let us know so that we can go ahead and do those things for you. We haven't hit that point. I think we've been waiting for things to naturally kind of unclog. But I would say, please let us know what you need from us, because right now it's not within the realm of things that we can do. I guess we could appoint to today, but we don't have a letter in front of us. But if that's something that you need, please come back as soon as possible so we can provide you those support documents and any other supports that we can provide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be consulting with CAO's office and following up with your lobbyists to see if there's any, if they support anything like that. I know that I have been forwarding communications to California Behavioral Health Directors Association. Interestingly, I've gotten minimal responses from them, which I again find fascinating. And of course we preferred the diplomatic options as opposed to nuclear ones, but this is a pretty nuclear situation.
We can be kind. Would it not be worth it for me to reach out to Jolie again? Are you in continued conversations with her?
I am not. I primarily, go through my CBHGA channels because it's so specific of it. It's very niche information, and so I'll touch bases with them today. Michelle Cabrera is the executive director of CBHDA, and I know that they're a subdivision of CSAC. So let me make that follow up today.
Okay. Please let us know, and we want to support you in any way that we can.
I know. I appreciate that.
Just have one question, more curious question, anything. You said something that was very important about the psychiatrist, not being able to hire a psychiatrist in-house. Is there an opportunity to talk about that with the opioid settlement money? Because a lot of this stuff is tied together. I just bring it up here. I know it's a different conversation. I haven't sat in those, but I know how important that is to hire a psychiatrist. And we got some of those opioid settlement money, if it could be tied together, at least should be talked about or thought about. Because if we get an in-house psychiatrist, that's worth its weight in gold as far as what's going on. As you said, we spend a lot of money outsourcing that stuff. And if there's an opportunity to make a big achievement here and get a in-house psychiatrist or a couple of them with the amount of, it's not open-ended funding, but there is funding there. So I just want to mention it.
And if there's reimbursements, once there's reimbursements, then that could be something that can hold it into place.
So,
appreciate
something to think about.
Appreciate
Yeah, I
the comment.
appreciate creative ideas.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to add any work, but again, the dashboards aren't helping me out a lot, and SMHS, and then DMC, and within those various major categories, there's still the 2 subcategories of FFP and SGF and IGT. So again, I confess my own ignorance, but for the public that wants to follow along too, I think they would be equally flummoxed. But you managed to parse some information out of here, and you were having a good conversation. So it could just be me, but without making work, is there a way to come back next time you report on this and give us billing and fiscal data that we can kind of understand the trend lines? Because I'm having a hard time reading this, and again, it may just be me, but. Do we have anything else?
Well, first of all, it isn't just you. I appreciate that behavioral health, county behavioral health has one of the most complex financing systems that exists. It's notoriously difficult to understand, so don't, FFP, federal financial participation, and then state general fund, SGF. And so, yes, we're happy to come back and provide kind of more of a high-level overview actually about how money flows, but essentially counties put up money to draw down Fed money. The state also contributes some money, and counties get it all washed back clean. So that's what it is. And then you get that patient revenue to reinvest in care.
And I would suggest, I think that if you spend 5 or 10 minutes with Director Jones, that she can really
Yeah,
help
absolutely,
you identify
for
what's
sure.
in those attachments. I think that the conversation helps out to better understand everything. So obviously, it's on the agenda. We're going to have a discussion about it. It's not just a consent item where we just pass it on and the memo explains everything, because it's more complicated than a memo can explain. What I will say is I'm not surprised that New Life has reached out, because we have that specific arrangement that we do not pay them until we get paid. And I know I've been asking where are we at with that, and those numbers are large and separated from the issue that we have with the Medi-Cal reimbursement. And so that's on top of the 9 million is some more specifically to New Life, and appreciate the services that are rendered over there. But we got to figure out how to resolve all of these issues. So I think that's all we have from the board. Let's go ahead and open up for public input. I see no hands up in the Zoom room and no one getting up in the chamber. And so I'll bring it back. There doesn't seem to be any final comments. Thank you so much for keeping us posted. Sorry that we're slowly treading into awkward conversations, but we got to figure out something, because we're not seeing that change.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you both. All right, 7.5, consideration of the following advisory board appointments. We have Lower Lake Waterworks District, 1 board of directors. Upper Lake Cemetery District, we have 1 for each. Are there any comments regarding either one of the applicants? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open up for public comment. I see no hands in Zoom, and people are up in the room, but they're not up for this. So let's go ahead and bring it back, and we'll do one at a time.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Wesley Baker to the Lower Lake Waterworks District Board of Directors.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I did have a question about the cemetery board. The application looks a little different than the others. Just wanted to make sure, in case someone asks, like online and whatnot, or, if you see the application, you see it's like the way it's on here, it's a little different, that's all. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it is. Oh, no, you don't have to. I just want to make sure that for the public to know, like.
Switching them to the laser.
Okay.
So it's easier to fill out you don't get cut off.
Okay, perfect. I only want to just make sure people know that there's a difference and then it's not something different or whatever the case may be. Okay.
Switching them all instead of Adobe Sign.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure, in case nobody was able to hear that from the lack of microphone, we are switching our application over from the digital Adobe format into the Laserfiche format, so you will start seeing a different application to fill out, and when you see these items on the agenda, they will look a little bit different. Sorry.
No, it's good. I didn't have the microphone in front of me. I was going like that. So I'll motion to appoint Landa Room to the Upper Lake Cemetery District.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, I believe that completes our agenda other than our calendars. Let's go ahead and start with
Okay. I'll go ahead.
Vice Chair. Thank you for volunteering.
To start out, last week I went to the RCRC chair of the RCRC board's meeting. There's one usually in May where you go to the chair's county. We went to Monterey County, but this time we went to Salinas. I know I kept saying Monterey, but it's Salinas that we went to. And there was a tour the first day, which were really interesting tours. They really had a lot of good information and very helpful. We went to a place called Tanamura and Antle, where they showed us a housing project that they had built. They had built basically like 4 or 5 buildings for families to come and work. Not families, actually, just workers to come from basically Arizona back and forth. So they would go there, stay for the season, go back home. Then they would get a bus ride back home to Yuma, Arizona, and vice versa. It was really interesting to see how well kept it was. They had like a softball field, they had a soccer field, all sorts of different amenities for that, and they felt it was need. It was a need because they were having a hard time keeping workers. There was a lack of housing in the community. And of course, naturally, they mentioned how it was a really big NIMBY until they realized, hey, that you ruined our neighborhood, and he said, when are they coming forward? He's like, they've lived here for 5 months already, and they didn't even notice it. So it was really cool to see. They're doing really big things there with that, and I know they're a long-standing company. Then we went over to where they did some crop. They showed us some crop examples, and they're using AI. They had a crop laser that was zapping weeds and other plants, whatever they were growing, to ensure that if it was defective or if it was too close to the other, this laser would shoot it and it would be gone. And so it's really interesting to see. I'd never even seen anything else, because this isn't something I'm used to being around when it comes to crops and whatnot. But it was just like, whoa. Then they showed us a weed remover that actually it just basically takes out the weeds. It's a mechanized unit that's controlled with AI. So it takes like 1 or 2 people to man this. And so they were showing us that. That was a really interesting deal. And a lot of the folks that were involved in farming and whatnot from different counties were really excited. Well, not excited. They were kind of skeptical, but then, they were like, wow, this can take off some serious time, but at the same time, then you got to think about jobs and things. So it's a balance. I don't know. It was good to see, but then again, who knows? We don't know. This is a new, what do they call that? It's treading new waters. But so that was part of that. We went to the USDA Crop Improvement Protection Research Center that they had. Basically, it's just showing us where the scientists study pests and bugs in the labs and the greenhouses, and then there were some specimens there and whatnot. So I honestly spaced a lot of that one because I was really more interested in the others, and I didn't understand it as well. But Rancho Cielo was really my favorite part of the trip. Rancho Cielo is a place where at-risk youth in the community that are having foster or fostered out, or what do they call them when they're there's a word for when they're they're 17 and they become adults on their own. I forgot the name for it. It'll come to me, but. No. They can emancipate. That's yeah. So they go to this place. The first place we toured there was a garden, and so they showed that they actually work in the garden. Then there's a Ted Taylor Ag Vocational Center. This was a really this was really cool. They had a classroom as big as this, but then a bay where you can work on carpentry. So these kids were working on carpentry. They were sitting in a classroom environment, then they would go over and work on it, on whatever project they were working on. They also had a mechanic section. So they're building all these awesome cars. These kids are just doing the work. They're enjoying it. There was a young man, I could tell he's probably 25, but he had already been doing this. He went through the program and he was teaching them. He was showing us this old T-bird that he was working on and how he had got them to work on it. It was really cool to see. Moving on to that, we went to where they have a culinary program, and they had actually made some snacks for us and served with coffee and whatnot. And they actually serve there on Saturday nights. So these kids, not only do they cook, but they serve. And they host events and things like that. They built an amphitheater so that they can have events there. The only thing they've had so far was a graduation ceremony. And then the person who toured us was the judge. The judge is heavily involved. He sees a lot of these cases and refers youth to this program. And he said his wife was making fun of him or upset with him because with the building, the amphitheater, they still only had the graduation, and they feel they should have more events there for them as they serve meals and whatnot there. There was a home that they built. It was a real what do they call it, a low energy home. So it had solar and then different structures built onto it. They built it after the whole COVID situation, and so that was really, really cool to see. One of the other things that happens once they're finished with this program is they're plugged right into a job most of the time, because the folks that are teaching them will have those connections. So a lot of them get hired right off the bat once they're finished. And so it's a real really cool project called Rancho Cielo. And, it's something to aim for, really, when you think about it. When we have, well, I know it's a bigger county, of course, but when we have issues with filling people in positions and we have at-risk youth, these are things that possibly, can fill those voids when you think about it. The rest of the tour, we went to a place called Constellation Brands, which was like a winery where we were looking at. I think the highlight of that, I won't go too far into it, was meeting Ed Matovic, who actually used to be Congressman Thompson's chief of staff, so I was talking to him for a bit about that. Then we went to dinner at Pisoni Vineyards, where they showed us this vineyard in Salinas, had a really nice view, and they had a really cool garden to, I guess, invite the bees and whatnot. And then we, sat at the vineyard or whatever it was. It was like a little, I don't know, it was underground, it was cement, I don't know what they call those things. Cave, yeah. So we went there and finished and went back, and then we had our board meeting the next day where we really delved into the strategic plan. A lot of the stuff other things that we had done, I think I talked about it last meeting, was on the consent agenda, but the focus was the strategic plan that Pat didn't, but the other gentleman brought it here that time, Craig brought it to us, and so they're enhancing that. We put together some, comments and recommendations to move forward on that. So that was the whole deal there, the whole tour. So yeah, it was a really, really good experience. Came back and went to the Bloody Island ceremony. It was the 25th that they have held at Reclamation Road. So that was an event. I seen a lot of familiar faces there, and so that was really cool to see a lot of different folks. This was probably the most in attendance. I always help because they're my uncles who run this, and there's been times when there's only been like a handful of people, and we actually had probably up to 100 to 150, and so that was really good to see. There was dancing all the way into the night, and usually we have like one set, whereas we had like 2.5 sets, if you will, and could have went further if we had more singers, but it was really good, and it wasn't good for me because I was up all night, but it's all right. That's what I do on that one. Let's see. Next week, this week I have a behavioral health meeting. I'm meeting with behavioral health, and then Thursday we have a AAA funding. Is that? And then aging service. Someone wants to interview us about aging, and so we'll be doing that. Next week I have the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities meeting or committees meeting. Thursday is the LCRA Parks meeting, and then Middle Creek Restoration on the Monday. Back here at the BOS on Tuesday. I know it's the Memorial Weekend as well. I think that's all I'll say.
Thank you for your report, Supervisor Pyska.
Tomorrow, I hopefully going to be able to do this webcast on building clean energy infrastructure, roadblocks, trade-offs, and solutions. But it is pretty long. I think Ben is not able to do it. Maybe Terry is. Yeah. So I thought I would try and cover it if they can't. NCO board meeting, science fair. Thursday is the build graduation. We have the AAA funding meeting. Then the CWA spring social. Friday, county leadership interview on aging services, meeting with a constituent. And then next week, I have an insurance working group that I just got, that's just starting up with CSAC. So we're starting to work on that with other supervisors from around the state. And then we have our rec agency meeting, and then on the 31st, special districts rate study meeting, Canocti Neighbor Fest at Galilee Church, Motherwise Bingo at Chasewater, and it looks like a really full Friday. And then I'll be back here the 4th.
Thank you. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see. So last Thursday, I attended a Blue Ribbon Committee here in Lakeport. a pretty brief meeting, but there was an information update for a previous funding cycle. There are several projects that haven't been contracted yet, and that I want to thank Chair Sklar for bringing that to the committee's attention. As I understand the issue, it involves an issue that comes up frequently, and that is the limited waiver of sovereign immunity that the state likes to get on contracts, and which can be not universally popular when it comes down to tribal government, and I totally get that, seen it in other applications. That said, to be this far along in the funding process and to kind of hit that little hiccup is concerning. So I did reach out very briefly to Chair McLeod of Big Valley. They have the biggest number of projects that are hitting that snag, and just offered general words of support and assistance. I know Supervisor Crandall was busy last week, but I'm sure he and Terry Logson have some familiarity with this issue. And if there's anything the county or the Watershed Protection District can do to help get these very important projects across the finish line, that would be super. But I don't know that we have to have any involvement yet. Also, there was one project, the smaller project by Scotts Valley, that I think Water Resources is looking to pick up. So I'm very glad you're back. It sounds like kind of a technical issue and a complicated issue, and if there's anything we can do, again, to get these blue ribbon projects across the finish line before June 30th, we certainly don't want that money to revert to the state. Saturday morning, I was attended the commemoration at Bloody Island. I have no words. It was very moving. We talk about our positions of leadership and how we're supposed to be trauma informed and apply principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And events like this are so important. It's really hard to be truly informed about the trauma unless you've spent some time out there and seen and felt that trauma, and so I'll be carrying that for probably the rest of my life. Coming up tomorrow, First Five Commission, I'm still hoping Chair Sabatier will be able to cover. I hope to be on the road up to Eureka. Thursday, I'm going to North Coast EMS. Might be a slightly longer meeting than normal because of a closed session item. And then I think that's it. Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council gets the month off because of the Memorial Day weekend. And looks like we'll be off on Tuesday. So that's my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Satman.
Finished the meeting up today. Kind of got an open calendar for a little while. Had Risk Reduction Authority yesterday, a couple meetings in the last couple of weeks. We had our marathon meeting last week with LTA, APC, and AVA all together. In 8 years, that's never happened, but it happened that day. So
let's do it again.
We're able to get through it. Yeah. Want to have a call this Friday with CAO, and then, like I said, holiday next week. I sent something that Congressman Thompson's coming to Clear Lake next week sometime. I know I got an invitation. I haven't replied back, but I'm seeing if I can get that done. Also have a couple other meetings that were asked to be set up on projects. On the 30th, I think I'll be meeting with someone from the Maha group, I think, or at least they reached out. We'll see what they have to say. And then back here on the 4th for the meeting.
Thank you very much. So this evening, I will be joining the Lakeport City Council to do my annual PEG presentation. I do it solely for the $2,000 stipend that we receive to continue the operations, but also to inform them and let them know of what's available for them to utilize. We are still working to get the PEG station working in the city of Lakeport. For some reason, that's been a very arduous project, and hope to get that one accomplished sooner than later. Tomorrow, I will be starting off with a conversation with LG Sonic. Do want to share my appreciation to Terry Logsdon and also Water Resources Department for the work that they are doing with the CDBG MIT grant with the state, trying to get that squared up. Hopefully we'll get a final answer sooner than later. I'll be going to the first 5, as has been requested. Then joining in on the local Lake County Fire Protection District Board just to listen in and see what's going on. And at 6 p.m., I'm invited guest to present the work that we are attempting to get done in our Food Policy Council. I'll be doing a presentation to the Sierra Club about that. On Thursday, start off with the judge's breakfast. There's going to be a Hope Rising governing board meeting. We're working on our strategic plan, and so we hope to get that done soon. And then it's going to be a short strategic plan because we're doing the CHNA all over again. That's going to start 2025, and so we plan to have a strategic plan ready for 2025 as well. So right now it's just going to be a short-term strategic plan, but we need to get back into the collaborative meetings that we've had and start moving the needle on our health metrics. At 12 p.m. at the Brick Hall in Lower Lake, I'll be going to the Build graduation. And then later on that afternoon, evening, working with our public health department, the cities, and reviewing the tobacco retail license stuff that might be coming back to us in June, maybe a little bit later, depends how that meeting goes. On the 24th, I will be going to Woodland most of the day, Woodland Community College. Graduation will be happening there. I sure hope that those with certificates and degrees will be looking for jobs at the county. The next week, I will be meeting with the bus tour of surprise. I'm not sure exactly what the bus tour comprises of, but that's with Congressman Thompson. Got that invitation, and since we don't have a meeting, I'll go ahead and join that. And looks like I'm pretty vacant on things for the following week. Do have a meeting with Canocti Gardens for special districts to take a look at what's going on with those apartments. I think things are moving along just fine at this moment in time, and that's what I have. And obviously, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I will be enjoying the weekend in between this Friday and Monday in Lower Lake as well for the Memorial Days Parade.
I forgot about them. I'm going to be there. Going to be in it. Sorry.
Get some good food, go find some good gifts, and enjoy community. That's definitely a highlight for the South Lake area for sure. It does. So with that, we go ahead and close our open session. We have 2 items in closed session. 8.1, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, interviews for Water Resources Director, appointment of Water Resources Director. 8.2, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, interviews for Special Districts Administrator, appointment of Special Districts Administrator. And thank you for joining us today. We will now go into closed session. Welcome back. We are out of closed session. I'm going to check with Vice Chair Crandall. Is there any action that was taken out of closed session?
Yes, there is. I would like to move to appoint Robin Bory as Special Districts Administrator effective July 8th, 2024 at $159,624 annually.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Robin, welcome to the team. And with that, we adjourn our meeting for the day. Thank you very much all for joining us.